to then bow to my right and bow to my left. And having done so, I now request delegates to observe a moment of silence, for prayer, or meditation. Thank you very much. Before we proceed, I would like to remind you of the following, honorable delegates, that the virtual sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that the place of the sitting is deemed to be Cape Town, where the seat of the National Council of Provinces is, that delegates in the virtual sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in the sitting of the National Council of Provinces. That for purposes of the quorum, all delegates who are logged on to the virtual platform shall be considered present. That delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. That delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted. That the interpretation facility is active. Permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. That any delegate who wishes to speak must use the raise your hand function. And I'm sure members are now familiar with this icon and device. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to look at notices of motion and motions without notice. We'll start with the notices of motion. Any member wishing to raise the notice of motion must indicate and must use the raise hand function as indicated earlier. We'll start with Honorable Khai. Honorable Mandla Khai.
And your Honorable Chairperson, greetings to you. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates mechanism to deal decisively with the Western Cape employers who are flouting Unemployment Contributions Act and to ensure that they comply with the labor legislation. Notes that an investigation by the Department of Employment and Labor has found that the majority of employers in the Western Cape are not complying with the labor legislation. I so move. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khai. We'll move on to Honorable Mtetwa.
Chairperson, should you not adopt the motion or not?
A notice of motion.
Really.
Sorry.
Notice of motion.
Unless there's an objection.
I've got it.
An objection would basically render the motion.
Chairperson, sorry. I was out of line. It's a notice of a motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debates the intervention aimed at tightening up ownership and keeping of the vicious dogs such as pit bulls to ensure people and especially children are safe in their homes and environment where they live and engage in extramural activities. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Musholi.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Good afternoon. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House intervention at resolving faced by the tech industry, particularly in the Western Cape, an industry which transports 2 million passengers daily and account 5% of trip. I so move you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mushodi. Honorable members have gone through notice of motion. We'll now move on to motions without notice. I see the number of offense that have been raised. We'll start with Honorable Mushodi, followed by Okam, and then Muletan. Honorable Mushodi. Let's pass on the show. Let's go to Honorable Mletsane. Honorable Mletsane.
I think you skipped me, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Okam.
Oh, sorry, Okam first. Sorry, Okam first.
Thank you, Honorable
proceed, Okam.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes with concern the fact that areas like Meer, Leseding, Klippunt, Louisville-dorp, Rosedale, the informal settlements of Pabalelo, Lambrecht-Drift, and Karos, as well as the town of Uppington in the David Kruiper municipality, are experiencing frequent interruptions to the supply of drinking water. That this House further notes that the lack of provision of sufficient water to these areas are due to load shedding, poor maintenance of the water infrastructure, shortage of underground water supply, especially in the Meer area, as well as a lack of capacity for water storage in various areas of the David Kruiper municipality. Further notes the fact that this municipality have got only one working water truck with a capacity of 7,500 liters to deliver water to the areas of Meer, which is 220 kilometers from Uppington, as well as to Klippunt, Leseding, and Louisville-dorp, which are all approximately 20 to 25 kilometers from Uppington. Further notes that each of these areas have got a population of between 2,000 and 5,000 people, and that the one working water truck provided by the municipality is not capable of supplying these areas with sufficient quantities of water. Notes that due to load shedding, the pump stations that have to pump water from the Orange River are without electricity on a regular basis, and that load shedding therefore has got a huge negative effect on the water supply to all areas in this municipality. That this House calls upon the David Kruiper municipality to urgently upgrade and maintain the water infrastructure system in the municipality, to make more water trucks available for the sufficient delivery of water to all areas in the municipality, to put plans in place to urgently increase the water storage capacity of all the areas in the municipality, and to apply to Eskom that the areas in which pump stations are situated are exempted from load shedding, in order to ensure a more continuous supply of water to the people of David Kruiper municipality. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Okam. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the council should note that this past Sunday, 2 pit bulls mauled a 3-year-old boy to death in Henneman in the Free State province. Further note that this gruesome attack follows the mauling of an 8-year-old boy in Bloemfontein just some few days before. The House should also acknowledge that pit bulls are a special breed of a dog which is aggressive and attack humans viciously, especially young children, and is not suitable for domestic breeding. The House should further acknowledge that several nations such as Russia, Finland, Denmark, UK, Portugal, Germany, China, Brazil, and Australia have either banned the breed or placed certain restrictions on the ownership of the breed, as it cannot coexist with human beings, as is demonstrated in the various spate of attacks in the country. The House should also recognize that in the past weeks, 49 pit bulls have been handed over to the Bloemfontein SPCA, and we urge owners in other parts of the country to follow suit, for we cannot carry on engaging in debates on responsible pet ownership in the face of this deadly attack. We call for the domestic ownership of this breed to be prohibited in this country. I so move. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mletsane. Any objection to the motion? No objection.
Objection, Chair.
Then objection, yes. And the objection is from who?
Rider, Chair.
Honorable Ryder.
Toy also objection.
There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes the concerns raised by the FATF in October 2021 relating to South Africa's financial controls, which are likely to result in a grey listing of our country at the February 2023 meeting of the FATF. Notes that the National Treasury was extremely slow to respond to the concerns, waiting almost 8 months before approaching Parliament for the first time to start making appropriate legislative amendments, and even then, doing so in a rushed and unprocedural manner. Further notes that there are numerous steps required to ward off the grey listing, with legislative amendments being only one tool needed to achieve the improved monitoring and control demanded by the international community. Notes the willingness of both the Standing and the Select Committees on Finance to prioritize the processing of the relevant legislation in the interests of the country by scheduling additional meetings and taking additional measures to ensure that the legislation is passed in the shortest possible time. But most importantly, notes that the Democratic Alliance will not compromise on the quality of the legislation that is passed by this House and will insist that we do not pass flawed legislation that may be open to legal challenge or impossible to implement, and therefore prove counterproductive in our pursuit to reach the highest standards of crime prevention, terrorism prevention, and the prosecution of those involved in such activities. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ryder. Any objection to the motion?
Object, Chair.
There's an objection there raised by
Honorable Mutsamai.
Well, that's petty, isn't it?
Thank you very much. There being an objection, the motion will not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Thank you very much. Honorable Detroit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I move on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus without notice that the House notes the dire state of roads in the Northwest Province, notes the backlog on repair and construction of roads, of which tenders have already been awarded to contractors, and also issues regarding the tender process and monitoring of projects. Notes that both the local and national economy is affected negatively as a result of this deteriorated road infrastructure. Note as indicated in previous motions and debates that the repair of the R507 between Ottosdal and Delareyville must be prioritized and finalized as soon as possible. Notes that the matter regarding the repair of the R507 was brought under the attention of the Provincial Exco, including the Premier, by organised agriculture, the business sector, members of the Provincial Legislature, and members of the NCOP without much success. Further note that the Minister of Roads and Transport, Minister Fikile Mbalula, has requested to intervene and to ensure that not only the R507, but other crucial roads in the Northwest Province be repaired as soon as possible in the interest of economic growth. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Sorry for not switching on my video, Chair. I have a problem, challenges with network.
Now,
Honorable
please,
Chairperson, allow me to rise on behalf. Can you hear me, Chair?
I
Am I
can
audible?
hear you, I can hear you.
Chairperson?
Please proceed.
Okay. Honorable
I
Chair,
can
allow me
hear
to
you.
rise on a motion of... Honorable Chair, allow me to rise on a motion without notice.
Yes.
That this August House, firstly, notes with pride the continuous success of the Special Investigation Unit in rediscovering the public money stolen by unscrupulous government officials and private contractors. Secondly, Chair, believing that failure to ensure that serious consequences against corruption and maladministration cultivates and entrenches the culture of immunity. Chairperson, thirdly, therefore, I salute the sterling efforts by the Special Investigation Unit for freezing the assets and accounts of the officials and those suspected of benefiting from fraudulent tenders. Chair, I move this on behalf of the ANC. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bartlett. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll proceed to Honorable Christian. Honorable Christian.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes with concern that the Department of Water and Sanitation's World Toilet Day celebrations in the Northern Cape is a slap in the face of Douglas residents in the Siyankuma municipality. Instead of focusing on the eradication of bucket toilets, the department has been handing out toilet rolls and toilet brushes to residents who do not have toilets. The department's program scheduled for Braipal and Bongani last week shows this intention. Some residents reported receiving sanitizer and soap bars as well. Notes with concern that the money spent on handouts should have been spent on the eradication of bucket toilets and not on handouts of sanitizer, toilet paper, and soap. Further notes that the Department of Water and Sanitation spokesperson, Sputnik Ritau, indicated earlier this year that there are still between 12,000 and 14,000 bucket toilets in total in the Free State and the Northern Cape. Also notes with dismay that Campbell, in the same municipality in the Northern Cape, has the highest amounts of pit and bucket toilets in the Northern Cape, and no measures have been taken to remedy this. Yet, this department sees fit to hand out toilet brush sets to people without toilets. Notes with frustration that this is the same department that failed to spend an allocated amount of 243 million rand in the previous financial year to eradicate bucket toilets in the Free State and Northern Cape, and further requests the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Minister Mchuni, to urgently present a breakdown of the funding for the Toilet Day campaign to the NCOP and to follow up on the eradication of bucket toilets in Douglas and the rest of the Northern Cape. I so move. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Christian. Is there any objection to the motion?
I object, Chair.
An objection is from Honourable China.
Yes.
Yes, thank you very much. There being an objection, the motion may not therefore be proceeded with and will become
do interventions.
Yeah, keep quiet.
Honourable Ndongeni.
Not for you to tell me.
Honourable Ndongeni, your name was up earlier on. I noted it.
It's got connectivity problems.
No connectivity problem. Let's leave there. Let's leave this name out for now and move on to Honourable Nana. Honourable Nana.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this council notes with grave concern the revelations made by ESCOM that all its open cycle gas turbines have now ceased operation due to ESCOM's inability to buy more diesel. This inability has now resulted in ESCOM facing prolonged and high levels of load shedding, just as the festive and tourist season is upon us. Note that South Africans do not need to be in this situation if the governing party, the ANC, heeded the prolonged call of the Democratic Alliance to declare a ring-fenced state of disaster on ESCOM. This will allow for an emergency reprioritization of resources to keep the open gas turbines running. Further notes that ESCOM does not need to be bound by red tape whilst the country is facing this electricity crisis. The declaration of a ring-fenced state of disaster will allow government to act with speed to prioritize disaster relief funding and ensure all encumbrances, which include labor localization, cadre deployment, and preferential procurement, are banished. And lastly, we implore on the ANC government to put South Africans first. Your stubbornness has cost this country's economy far too much. You cannot be this out of touch with the reality of our citizens that you continue on this path. I so move.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion?
Yes.
I object, Honorable Chair.
There being an objection, the
Obviously,
motion
they will
can
object.
therefore not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House welcomes the arrest of 2 police officers for the murder of eThekwini ANC Ward Councillor, Ward 99 Councillor Ngobi Mlife and his 2 friends. We note that the 2 officers, Mayerandra and Chetty and Vincent Pelango, based in Mkomazi police station south of Durban, appeared at Scottburg Magistrate Court on Wednesday, the 16th November 2022. Understanding that they are charged with 2 counts of murder in the Port Shepstone area for alleged killing Ward 99 Councillor Ngobi Molefe and Zita Mkapeli Kele. We recall that they are also facing 2 other counts of murder for alleged killing Mlungisi Buthelezi and Hlonipho Nzimande, who were also councillor associated in separate accident in August and September. We recall that the political killing is a serious increase, especially in our province, KZN, and that it is shocking concerning that the police are alleged implicated in this killing. We therefore, Chair, calls for increased government intervention to ascertain who is behind this killing, as to put an end to the political killing. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa. Any objection to the motion? There being no objection.
Yes, there's an objection. Chairperson, actually, according to, it's Honorable Abuskagni, according to Rule 65, Rule of Anticipation, it's a motion that has to do with the debate later on today. Thank you.
No, usuyagula ke manje.
No, we can't dismiss the motion on the basis that there's going to be a debate later on. So we'll have to ask again whether there's any objection to the motion. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Shai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Chairperson,
I
point of
hereby
order.
move.
Please
May I
proceed,
continue?
Honorable Shai.
I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that the House welcomes the arrest of a 46-year-old man with links to an international criminal network, including 7 of his accomplices, in a raid in the trash suburb of Bryanston. Notes that the Israel fugitive was on Interpol's red notice since 2015. Recalls that he was attached to the Abigail organization and faces charges in Israel for conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder. Understands that 3 kilograms of drugs, 19 firearms, including 2 AK-47s, 6 motorbikes, 8 vehicles, including a sniper light delivery vehicle, along with 4 GPS tracking devices and $40,000 in cash were amongst the items confiscated in the raid. Recognizes that the crime syndicates have grown their networks into sophisticated machinery across national boundaries. Commends the multidisciplinary team that was led by Interpol South Africa, organized crime detectives, crime intelligence, and the special task force for the job well done. I so move. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shai. Any objection to the motion? No. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Gilliam?
Chairperson, just before Honorable Gillian.
Yeah.
I just want to raise that I think at times members will not always say what we would like or want them to say. But for Honorable Mthethwa to say that Honorable Labuskachne uyagula, I don't think that is parliamentary, and I would like him to withdraw Ugula because that means she's sick, and I don't think we have sick people in this platform. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, honorable members, just to make a plea again, that let's try and avoid making commentary or comments that are not quite in keeping with ensuring the decorum of the House and the proceedings. It's a plea I'm making. We note the point. What I may do at this point in time is to find out whether the member, because I didn't hear whether the member actually said this. Honorable member, did you say what is said you said?
Yes, Chair. Ngithe soyagula ke Chair masazophikisa nokubulawa kwebantu emakhansela.
Honorable members, I'm sure you've heard what I've said. Let's try and desist from doing anything that would undermine the functioning of the House, especially the question of the decorum. And the call there was read that you should withdraw the remark. So, Honorable Mthethwa, can you please withdraw the remark?
I withdraw, Chair.
No, thank you very much. We'll move on to Honorable Gillian. Honorable Gillian.
Honorable Chairperson, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with shock the murder of 2 Grabouw children alleged to have been killed by their mother when she set alight the shack the kids have been locked in. Further note that police spokesperson Novella Potelwa confirmed that the mother was arrested after they were called to the Waterworks informal settlement on Friday morning. Also note that on arrival, the police discovered a shack that was locked and on fire. and during inspection discovered the charred bodies of 2 young boys aged 3 and 5 years. Therefore, send our deepest sympathy to the affected family and urge the police to investigate this horrendous act. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gillian. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Faisal follows. Honorable Faisal.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you.
There's a problem now. We're losing you.
Sorry. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this council notes the entrusted responsibility of the NCOP in terms of the executive undertakings of Parliament, ensuring compliance to the Constitution and national legislation are respected and protected by all spheres of government. Also notes that several motions served in this House regarding the reported degradation of water quality in every stream, river and dam with increasing levels of toxicity due to discharges of municipalities and industries and no consequential actions taken by government to save our water. Further notes that the government has for more than a decade passed the buck regarding the continuous toxic contamination of the Vaal River's sewer pollution of municipalities like Mfuleni, Govenbeki and others, as well as pollution of extremely toxic chemicals from industrial giants like Sasol unabated. Also notes the mismanagement of discharge from the Zeerust wastewater treatment works contaminated the Klein Marico Poort and the Marico Bosveld dams, destroying the complete agricultural irrigation development. Farmers lost their tobacco contracts but still pay for their water rights they cannot utilize, and the milk a dairy farm produced to a factory processing cheese contaminated the cows and their milk with E. coli present even in the cheese. Also notes when the water in the Naka Madiri Mulema district municipality was red flagged by the late Honorable Edna Mule around about 2013 as not fit for human consumption. The directive not lifted to date, whilst water users next to the sewer-drenched Harts River are unaware of lurking waterborne diseases they are subjected to. Unaware that the Barberspan Ramsar site is dying due to the contamination and consumers of Mamusa extracting water from the Harts River for consumers. And finally, can we make peace and come to a common solution before the continuous degradation of our water quality and toxic contamination of our water slowly kills our nation? I so move. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Faisal. Any objection to the motion? No. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Nkosi follows. Honorable Nkosi.
Also.
Honorable Nkosi, please proceed. Honorable Nkosi, there seems to be a problem there.
Thank you. Thank you very
Okay.
much, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that their House notes that the Mpumalanga police have arrested 3 men suspected of being involved in the murder of the German tourist outside the Kruger National Park a month ago. Further note that a group of 4 armed men attacked a group of tourists, including the deceased and his wife, on October 3. Also noted that the suspects managed to evade the police until the arrest of Napoleon Joseph Nyalunga in Mpumalanga's capital city, Mbombela, a few weeks ago. We therefore congratulate the police on their sterling work and hope that they will leave no stone unturned to make sure that the perpetrators of the crime are put behind bars for a long time. I so move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. Any objection to the motion? No. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. The next speaker was supposed to be Honorable Aplenyi, but his name has disappeared. Honorable Aplenyi? No. Thank you very much. We'll proceed.
Chairperson.
Yes.
Chair,
Please proceed.
I'm sorry about that. I had some network problems. Chair, I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the council in the next sitting debate the long and tedious processes faced by many single mothers approaching maintenance courts in the Eastern Cape and across the country, which often drags for months on end with no results. I so move. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? No, there being no objection to the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. The last person is Honorable Njad.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chairperson, I hereby move without motion on behalf of the African National Congress that the House commends the law enforcement agencies swift arrest of people who are alleged to have kidnapped 8-year-old Abira. Recalls that Abira was kidnapped while seated in a lift club vehicle in Ember Court in Gatesville at about 7:20 a.m. on Friday, 4 November 2022. Records that on Monday, 14 November 2022, police got a tip of at about 5 p.m. that Abira was being held hostage in Kailicha. Understand that on November 14, the police caught 7 people, including a woman who was allegedly feeding the child. And Abira was safely rescued. Also understand that the 7 people, the Weinberg Magistrate Court on Thursday, 17 November 22, facing charges of kidnapping and extortion. Therefore, applause the law-abiding citizens for continuously working with the law enforcement agency. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any objection to the motion? No. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much, honorable members. We will now proceed to the first order of the day. The first order being the consideration of the report of Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy. We will now follow the list, speakers list, and call upon Honorable T.C. Mudise, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy, to present the committee report. Honorable Mudise.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Malibongwe.
Honorable Chairperson, the Select Committee on Land Reform took oversight to Northern Cape from the 15th to the 19th August 2022. And then they meet with the community of Katu first. And then because of the report is too big, Honorable Chair, I will just go straight to the recommendation because there are a number of challenges and number of summaries that were made during that oversight, Honorable Chair. The recommendation in Katu, Honorable Chairperson of the committee recommends that the DMRE finish with the details of all SLP proposal that were presented by the mining company in Gamagara municipality and surrounds, together with the reports from DMRE local authority, verifying the existence of completion of these projects before the mining license have been renewed. The Department of Agriculture, Land Reform, Rural Development, and DMRE are provided with the opportunity to comment about the complaints put forward by the CPA affected by the mining activities on its land. In particular, the department needs to clarify whether all the correct avenue of communication were followed when consulting with the CPA after the mining exploration were received. After such rights were awarded, that the committee communicate its concern about lack of economic development and opportunity in Northern Cape with Select Committee on Trade and Industry, Economic Development, Small Business, Tourism and Employment, Labor, and its counterpart committee in National Assembly. The committee should further communicate to the concern regarding lack of a high and tertiary education opportunity in the rural municipality with the report of the Select Committee on Education, Technology, Sports, Arts and Culture, and with its counterpart at the National Assembly. Lastly, the committee should communicate with concern regarding the municipality funding the model and infrastructure challenge with the Select Committee of Finance. As well as the Select Committee on Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation, and Human Settlement, and with its counterpart in the National Assembly. The committee continued to follow up with the DMRE regarding with artisanal and small-scale mining policy implementation and intervention plan for the Northern Cape. That the committee seek clarity from the DMRE and the Select Committee on Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation, and Human Settlement regarding the complaints of Dingleton and Siyathembe resident that were relocated to make a way for Kumba Iron 1 mine expansion. That the committee relays the community concern regarding illegal mining activities and fear of escalation in the region to the DMRE and Select Committee on Security and Justice. That the department lies with the Department of DFFE in order to finish to community representative with the requested information regarding legislation and regulation, application to environmental management and mining activities, inclusive of the process of the reporting concern about breach of mine EMPs. The second recommendation, set of recommendations, the committee resolved to liaise with the municipality Department of Environmental Fishery and Environment, and Treasury in order to ensure that all forms of grants supported available to the municipality to upgrade its solid waste removal fleet is made available and accessed by the municipality. The committee further recommends that during its engagement with the relevant parliamentary committee, COCTA and Treasury regarding the challenge that the municipality is facing in terms of revenue and grant income, that the challenges communicated by the local municipality in terms of solid waste management is relayed to the responsible entities. The committee recommended that during the engagement with the relevant parliamentary committee, COCTA and Treasury, and the challenge that municipality is facing in terms of revenue, grant, and income, that the challenges and then there's another set of recommendation, Honorable Chair. Like I said, the report is too long. The committee resolved to continue discussion with the Department of DART and Department of DFFE, SunPark, as well as the RIS-FASMAC community in order to get a clear picture of the nature of government support provided to the community in pursuit of rural development needs, as well as in achieving the requirement of a parliamentary coordination of the decommission. The committee resolved to support the community members in facing clarity needed in claims submitted. The committee further expressed its
as you conclude, honorable member,
its satisfaction with the fact that the department only had a regional representative some distance away from affected communities. The committee requested that this report be adopted by the House. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable member. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to declaration of votes. So I allow provinces an opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Just to remind members, a maximum of 3 minutes per declaration is provided. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No, none. Thank you very much. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question, and the question is that the report be adopted. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes, and when called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order. Start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Eastern Cape votes in favor. Thank you.
Eastern Cape in favor. Thank you very much. Free State.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Free State vote in favor.
Free State vote in favor. Gauteng.
Gauteng vote in favor, Chair.
Gauteng vote in favor. Thank you very much. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal, it passes, Chair, a report.
CASA, I support the report. Thank you very much. Limpopo.
Limpopo vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo votes in favor. Thank you very much. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Mpumalanga votes in favor. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape votes in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. The Northern Cape vote in favor. Northwest.
Honorable Chair, Northwest supports the report.
Northwest support the report. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports the report.
Western Cape supports the report. As we can see, the majority of all the proposals voted in favor, and therefore the vote is agreed to, or this report is agreed to. That's so. I therefore declare the report adopted in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll move to the second order of the day, and this second order of the day is on consideration of the Children's Amendment Bill, B18-2020, National Assembly Section 26, and report of Select Committee on Health and Social Services thereon. Announcement tablings, Committee reports November 2022, page 9093. I now call upon Honorable Gillian, Emin Gillian, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Health and Social Services, to present the committee report. Honorable Gillian.
Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson, Chief Whip, House Chairperson, honorable members, people of South Africa. I greet you warmly with this quotation by the late former President of the Republic of South Africa, President Nelson Mandela. And I quote, "Safety and security don't just happen. They are the results of collective consensus and public investment. We owe our children, the most vulnerable citizens in our society, a life free of violence and fear," close quote. In line with this quotation, South Africa, through the Constitution, has committed to realize children's rights to survive, be protected from harm, and develop to their full potential. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child and the African Charter on the Right and Welfare of the Child endorse this. This is in alignment to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Further to these, the Children's Act number 38 of 2005 gives effect to certain rights of children. However, during the implementation of the Children's Act, a number of gaps were identified. These include temporary safe care, post-removal processes, grounds for finding orphans and vulnerable children to be in need of care and protection. The change over to shift from a court-based system for deciding on placement, extensions of placements, and over-reliance on the foster care system to provide income support to families caring for orphaned and abandoned children. To address this, the North Gauteng High Court issued an order in the case of the Center for Child Law versus the Minister of Social Development, the South African Social Security Agency, and others. The court instructed the Minister of Social Development to prepare and introduce in Parliament the necessary amendments to the Children's Act to produce a comprehensive legal solution regarding the foster care system. The Department of Social Development drafted this Children's Amendment Bill as per the court instruction and tabled the amendment bill in Parliament in August 2020. The bill that was tabled in Parliament is comprehensive in that it does not only focus on clauses related to foster care as per the order of the court, but also addresses gaps that had been identified in the implementation of the Act. The Children's Amendment Bill B18B of 2020 was referred to the Select Committee on Health and Social Services on 7 September 2022. It is with this background that I am speaking in front of you today. Today, I am bringing to you the Children's Amendment Bill. This amendment bill seeks to address gaps related to foster care. The department briefed the Select Committee on 23 September 2022. Subsequently, all provinces had briefings and public hearings on the bill. On the 1st of November 2022, all provinces submitted negotiating mandates. The Select Committee on Health and Social Services, having deliberated on and considered the subject of the Children's Amendment Bill B18B of 2020, National Assembly 876, referred to it and classified by the JTM as a Section 76 bill, reports that on 15 November 2022, it finalized and agreed to an amendment bill B18D 2020. These amendments are reflected in the committee report. Undoubtedly, this is an important piece of legislation for the care and safeguarding of children. It is a step in recognizing and realizing what the late former President Nelson Mandela said. Let us continue to collectively strive to protect and nurture our children. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gillian. We will now move on to the declaration of votes. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of 36, if they so wish. Again, to remind the honorable members, maximum of 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yes,
I would
Mr.
like to do a declaration.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, the Children's Amendment Bill was an opportunity to put the best interest of South African children at the center of government services, not due to the government's urgency, but court intervention after civil society's horror at the no less than 120,000 foster care court orders falling into backlog. The North Gauteng High Court ordered the Minister of Social Development and Provincial Department of Social Development MECs to solve the crisis by amending the Children's Act to produce a, I quote, comprehensive legal solution, end quote. By the end of 2014, the Department of Social Development had to create the necessary mechanisms, structures, resources to ensure that the foster care system operates in a suitable and effective manner. 11 years and 3 reluctant extensions by the High Court later, and we have another rushed piece of legislation, not to change the situation of the children, but to meet a deadline. This is exemplified by the fact that only 12 clauses out of the 146 will be dealt with after 11 years. Honourable Chairperson, this amendment bill was an opportunity to change the environment within which the foster care grants are paid, address the reasons that put children in that environment, and to come up with a solution that keeps as many children as possible from this space. The bill should have provided for human resources at every station where the applications are received and ensure that children who have a possibility to be with loving parents are afforded that opportunity. That opportunity has been lost in this amendment bill. The claims of a committee bill that needs to be processed is nothing but smoke and mirrors. The Children's Amendment Bill was 11 years in the making, and this with no pressure from the court. Who knows how long it takes to process the committee bill? At first, the Democratic Alliance welcomed the bill. We naively thought that it was put on the parliamentary roll to fight the scourge of child neglect, abandonment, stunting, and poverty by removing all unnecessary red tape in processing the much-needed foster care grant. But the processing of the bill proved us very wrong. For example, Honourable Chairperson, the age-old call by the DA and civil society for more social workers to be appointed has over the years fallen on deaf ears. Given this, it's hardly surprising that we are unconvinced that the bill will achieve that critical, comprehensive legal solution the court asked for. The opportunity presented by this bill has been trumped by political expediency and panic to protect the minister from an adverse court order. The ANC government's callous soul has been exposed when one traces the steps of the 11-year-old court order. 5 provinces proposed amendments to Section 150 and Section 159 during this process. These clauses relate to the foster care crisis. Despite this, it was not considered in the amendments. Submissions by KZN on Section 150 and the Western Cape submission on Section 159(2)A specifically need to be addressed urgently before this bill is passed. As we speak, there is still a backlog. It is clear from the provisions of the bill that it's only plasters over the backlog and does not remove it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Governor. Any other declaration? No, none. We shall now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon to do so, of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, whether they vote against, whether they abstain. They will do so in alphabetical order. We'll start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape. Are you voting in favor, against, or abstain?
Agreed, Chair. Agreed, Chair.
Eastern Cape is voting for. Thank you very much. Free State.
Thanks, Chairperson. Free State votes in favor of the bill.
Votes in favor. Gauteng.
Thanks, Chair. Gauteng. Support.
Then supports. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal vote in favor.
KwaZulu-Natal votes in favor. Thank you very much.
Limpopo vote in favor, Chairperson.
Limpopo votes in favor. Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga.
Person.
Yes. Is Mpumalanga voting in favor, against, or abstaining?
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Honorable Chair.
Mpumalanga votes in favor. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape votes in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape vote in favor. Northwest.
Northwest vote in favor, Honorable Chair.
Northwest vote in favor. Western Cape.
Western Cape objects.
Western Cape voting against. Thank you very much. Voting is now closed. 8 provinces out of 9 have voted in favor. I therefore declare that the bill agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We now move on to the third order. Okay, let's proceed to the third order. The third order is on drugs and drug trafficking, on the amendment bill, drugs and drug trafficking, B19-2022, National Assembly, Section 75, and report on the Committee on Security and Justice thereon, announcement tablings and committee reports 11 November 2022, page 64. I will now proceed to call on Honorable S. Shaik, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the committee report. Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to your good self and to all honorable members of this August House. Honorable Chairperson, the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Amendment Bill B19-2022 was referred to the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the 27th of September 2022. The committee has agreed to the bill without proposed amendments and reports as follows. Honorable Chair, the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Act number 140 of 1992 forms a part of the domestic legal framework that gives effect to South Africa's obligations under the Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs 1961 as amended by the 1972 Protocol, the Convention on Psychotropic Substances 1971, and the Convention Against Illicit Traffic in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances 1988. The drug conventions provide for detailed procedures to be followed and criteria to be considered to change the scope of control of substances. The Drug and Drug Trafficking Act 140 of 1992 was enacted by Parliament and came into force on the 30th of April 1993. Section 3 of the Drugs Act prohibits the manufacturing or supply of any scheduled substance. Section 4 prohibits use and possession of any dependence-producing substance, dangerous dependence-producing substance, and undesirable dangerous dependence-producing substance unless certain conditions are met. Schedules 1 and 2 of the Act effectively criminalize certain listed substances and plants. The Drug and Drug Trafficking Act 1992 further criminalizes the manufacturing and supply of any substance included in Schedule 1 to the Act, and the use, possession, and dealing in any drug included in Schedule 2 of the Act. In terms of Section 63 of the Drugs Act, the Cabinet member responsible for the administration of justice may, by notice in the Government Gazette, amend Schedules 1 and 2 to the Act. In terms of Section 63, the Minister amended Schedules 1 and 2 to the Act by means of Government Notices number R1765 of the 1st of November 1996, number R344 of 13th of March 1998, number R760 of 11th of June 1999, number R521 of 15th of June 2001, number R880 of the 8th of October 2010, and number R222 of the 28th of March 2014. The Drugs and Drug Trafficking Amendment Bill arose as a result of a Constitutional Court judgment in Smith versus the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services and others, which declares Section 63 of the Drugs Act unconstitutional and invalid, and the amendments that have been effected in terms of Section 63 to the schedules of the Drugs Act invalid. The Constitutional Court suspended the orders of invalidity for a period of 24 months to give Parliament an opportunity to cure the defects. The 24-month period will lapse on the 17th of December 2022. Honorable Chair, the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Drug and Drug Trafficking Act 1992 to address the constitutional invalidity of Section 63 and the amendments that the Minister effected in terms of Section 63 to Schedule 1 and Schedule 2. Clause 1 repeals Section 63 of the Drugs Act to ensure that any amendment to Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 must be effected in terms of an Act of Parliament. Clause 2 substitutes Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 to the Drugs Act to effect the amendment by the Minister in the various government notices referred to earlier. As a result of the findings of the Constitutional Court that Section 63 of the Act is inconsistent with the Constitution, the amendments to the schedules introduced by the Minister through the notices in the Government Gazette were effectively rendered invalid and must be set aside. Consequently, to remedy the problem created by the invalid amendments to the list of substances in Schedule 1 and 2 of the Act made by the Minister, the amendment bill substitutes the schedules. This provides for the insertion or deletion of the listed substances via legislation. On which the Select Committee on Security and Justice invited stakeholders and interested persons to make written submissions and publish the adverts on Parliament's electronic platforms and print media from the 18th of October 2022 to the 4th of November 2022. The committee received one written submission from an individual. However, the proposals contained in the submission related to matters not covered by the bill, and instead made recommendations in respect of the enforcement of the bill. Following engagements and deliberations on the bill, the Select Committee adopted the bill without proposed amendments. The committee further welcomed the bill as it serves to bring domestic legislation in line with South Africa's international obligations related to changing the scope of control of substances. Honorable Chairperson, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Amendment Bill B19-2022, National Assembly Section 75, referred to it on the 27th of September 2022, recommends the Council pass the bill without proposed amendments. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shaik. We will move on then to declaration of votes. But before we proceed to voting, I shall allow political parties and opposition to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78 if they so wish. Again, just to emphasize, maximum 3 minutes allowed declaration of vote. Any political party wishing to speak, I see there the name of Arnold. Honorable Arnold.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Chairperson, the Drugs and Drug Trafficking Amendment Bill and the court decision that led us here is basically about the powers of ministers to pass subordinate legislation. The Constitutional Court in the matter of Jason Smith versus the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development and others has ruled that Section 63 of the Drugs Act is unconstitutional and invalid. The country faces a serious drug problem and the proliferation of new and evolving drugs require that authorities be always on the lookout in order to respond faster. As such, Section 63 of the Drugs Act, which has now been declared as unconstitutional, allow the minister, in consultation with the Minister of Health, to react faster and make amendments to the schedules of banned substances in the country. We therefore accept that the Constitutional Court's decision on the matter is binding on all of us. This required of us as Parliament to be agile and be able to pass legislation in an expeditious manner as possible. We wish that Parliament would be able to streamline its functions so that we can respond speedily to issues of national importance, such as the growing drug problem in the country. The Economic Freedom Fighters is in favor of the bill. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Any other person wishing to speak? Any other political party wishing to make a declaration? None. We will now allow 15 seconds, honorable members, in order to ensure that delegates who are outside the virtual platform do join in and become part of the House. The 15 seconds starts now. I'm sure everyone is comfortable with us proceeding. Thank you very much. We will now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the bill be agreed to. Now I call upon all the delegates who want to vote in favor to raise their hands.
Jadu vote in favor, Chair.
Jadu noted.
Mudisa
Able to assist us with the counting.
Mudisa Chair, in favor.
Mudisa also vote in favor. Thank you very much. I'm sure we're now ready to conclude the counting. Can I ask the table to lower the hands as we prepare to go to the next vote? Thank you very much. We now move to the second vote. Those who wish to vote against should please raise their hands. Against? Thank you very much. Those who are abstaining, please raise your hands. Those abstaining. Detroit, did you vote against? And I also voting abstaining. Those wishing to indicate their abstention. Those wishing to indicate abstaining. No. None. Thank you very much. We will now await the results from the table.
Thank you very much, Chair. We report the following to the chairperson.
Honorable Chairperson, Chair,
Please.
Honorable Bartlett. I had a problem with that, but I voted in favor. The problem with the iPad.
I also struggle to connect. I also struggle to connect, Chairperson, Deputy Chair. I also struggle to connect, but at last I did. I don't know whether my vote was counted.
Chairperson, ook dan weer same with me?
Chairperson.
Oh, what's this problem now? Yes.
Chairperson.
Yeah, myself also
as well. There's a network problem.
Or there's a network problem. I'm sure the table will deal with that.
I also wanted to
More brother said as
vote
well,
in
please.
favor as MEC Bloomy.
Thank you very
I
much.
also wanted to vote with network problem.
May I propose that we might take this vote over because it seems as if a lot of people had a problem.
I really had a problem. I will
Honourable
agree.
members, we will go back again. Given the cacophony of the sounds and the seeming confusion that is there. Let's start afresh. Those who are voting in favor, please raise your hands. In the system. On the system.
Again, Jadu vote in favor, Chair.
Those who want to vote, the Jadu noted. Mudisa also noted.
Ifake phela badlula.
Sorry? We don't want any confusion.
No, Chair.
All the hands that are voting in favor must be up. Except the name of Jadu and Mudisa, which are noted. Thank you very much. Please lower the hands. And ask the table to lower their hands. Thank you very much. Those voting against, let's see your hands in the system or on the system? I don't see any hands. There's only one. Great. Right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's look at those who are abstaining. Can the hands of those who are abstaining please be reflected in the system? And those who can't, because of the problems with the network and so on, please indicate.
Yeah, Shongwe from Pumalanga, I voted for.
Voted for Shongwe.
Ndongeni, Chair.
Shongwe will be noted together with this and Jack. Ndongeni also be noted. Who else?
Bloom also from Northern Cape, MEC Bloom.
From Northern Cape. Noted, yeah.
And also Bibi. Bibi also.
Thank you very much, Bibi. Any other?
Zikumalo from Gauteng.
Zikumalo from Gauteng.
Kimakatokolo from Northern Cape.
Sorry, just repeat the name again.
Timakatokolo from Northern
Thank you very much.
Cape.
Yes. Any other name?
Sanatitis from Northern Cape, vote in favor.
Samatiti.
Sanatitis.
Sanatitis.
The Northern Cape, yeah, noted. Any other? Thank you very much. Please don't hold hands.
Umkiva, Chair,
Also await the results. I see the hand of Mkiva there. I don't know what's happening.
Is voting in favor, Chair.
And I'm just thinking that I'm quite sure what was happening there.
I was voting in favor, Chair.
We will, noted. We will therefore call upon the table to indicate the voting.
Chairperson, we report the following votes.
Yeah.
42 in favor.
42 in favor.
One against.
One against, yes.
And 0 abstention.
The majority have voted in favor. The bill is therefore agreed to in terms of section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Yes.
No, thank you very much. Honorable delegates,
frustrated, honestly.
Subject for debate. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable N. Dlamini Zuma. Welcome the Minister of Police, Honorable B. Tele. Welcome all MECs present on the platform. The Chairperson of Salga, Honorable Stofile, Councillor Stofile, all Salga representatives, and all permanent and special delegates to the House. We shall now proceed with the subject for debate, and the debate is the debate on killing of councillors, waging a concerted battle against the killing of councillors. We will then proceed and call upon Honorable N. Dlamini Zuma, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, to open the debate. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sondo, Honorable Dodovu, Chairperson of the Select Committee of COCTA, Councillor Stofile, President of SALGA, all the MECs present, all honorable members of the NCOP delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to appreciate the National Council of Provinces for finding it necessary that we engage on the killing of councillors, a matter I believe threatens the stability of our young democracy. In recent times, we continue to witness an increase in the frequency of reports across the country of elected public representatives in the local sphere of government being attacked. Their families terrorized, and some instances, properties being burnt to ashes. The most horrific of all reports is that some councillors and officials are brutally murdered in what is a constant contestation of power and access to resources within the municipal space. Political killings in the main target individuals holding political and in recent times administrative positions in local government. Presently, these incidents are concentrated in the local municipal landscape and primarily involve councillors, officials, and branch leaders of political organizations who have been the primary target, the majority of all political assassinations in the past 2 decades. The violence we witnessed today was at its height in the 80s and early 90s, and it derives purpose from a variety of sources, but in great part instigated by the insidious third force of the apartheid regime security apparatus, which led to political intolerance, leading up to the unbanning of political organizations and the 1994 elections. Honorable Chairperson, we're 28 years into our democracy, and alarmingly, political killings and general violence has been rising in both frequency and intensity. We've witnessed mafia-style assassinations and abductions of councillors and municipal officials, which send shockwaves throughout the whole of South Africa. As we kickstart this debate, one thing we can all agree on is that the increase in violence signals that the bedrock of our democracy is under attack. Much like when the apartheid regime sought to divide and conquer the efforts of all political formations which were advancing the cause of freedom. It is therefore necessary that we interrogate the root causes of this problem in contemporary South Africa for us to address it definitively as a collective. I say this particularly as the problem transcends our different political affiliations and it affects us all. It is a South African problem that requires that we all move in concert towards its resolution. Honorable Chair, the findings of the report of the Moerane Commission of Inquiry into the underlying causes of the murder of politicians in KwaZulu-Natal indicate that as elections to be a councillor allows for upward mobility in financial and social status, there's fierce competition for positions within municipal councils. In most of the areas, the government is the biggest employer and access to upward social mobility is only through election as a councillor. The competition becomes therefore greater in these areas where there are no economic opportunities outside of the municipality. And now people rely on either being elected as a councillor, being employed by the municipality, or being awarded contracts to work within the municipality. The Moerane report further notes that this leads to the development of patronage networks, which protect access to these resources. And any person who threatens this access must be dealt with, like, in quotes. So that's the Moerane report. And I think that what they are saying is still true even today. And Honorable Chairperson, in framing that this is for our debate, allow me to quote Bantu Stephen Biko, who once said, and I quote, "There is no running away from the fact that now in South Africa there is such an ill distribution of wealth that any form of political freedom which does not touch on the proper distribution of wealth will be meaningless. Our society will be run almost as of yesterday. So for meaningful change to appear, there needs to be an attempt at reorganizing the whole economic pattern and economic policies within this particular country, close quote. The reality we are confronted with is that for most people, the material conditions have not really substantially improved, albeit us having made some considerable strides in transforming certain social indicators. As I addressed the Men's Parliament in the NCOP chamber yesterday, I reminded delegates that about the triple challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment, which is the lived experience of the majority of South Africans. Our beloved nation is rated as one of the most unequal societies in the world. We have more than 9 million young people aged between 15 and 34 who are unemployed and not in education or training. And according to Statistics South Africa, 56.8% of the people are living in poverty. The wealth and ownership dimensions tell us that the top 1% of the population owns about 50% of all the country's wealth. And the top 10% together own more than 90% of the country's wealth. So research in the world over has established a direct relationship between violence and levels of inequality, as the most unequal societies tend to be the most violent. Consequently, we cannot address the violent killing of councillors without remedying the structural issues that determine the material conditions of ordinary South Africans. Of course, the police will talk about what they are going to do in the meantime. The late Tembisile Krisani was visionary in that he so aptly captured the solution to our present reality, in that he said, and I quote, "We need to create the pathways to give hope to our youth. They can have the opportunity and hard work to escape the trap of poverty," close quote. So, honorable members, it is clear that without a vibrant local economic development in our municipalities, harnessing the local endowments remains, we will not be able to solve this problem. If we embark on a vibrant local economic development, we can indeed improve the situation. And working in a municipality or being a council will being the only means of upward mobility, financial status. So in order to bring about any meaningful transformation, the financial services sector, which is at the commanding heights of our economy, needs to be accessible to all. Besides land, we should consider countries such as Germany, where 70% of deposits are accounted for by 1,500 not-for-profit community and village banks. This in addition to the hundreds of municipal banks. In China alone, they have 187 commercial banks. And the commercial banks, of course, in China are state-owned, and they include Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, China Construction Bank. And in addition to this, they also have rural, city, and regional commercial banks. There is scope to expand our financial sector in the country so as to better serve the people. So there could be women's cooperative banks, there could be village banks, there could be municipal banks. We could look at a variety of alternatives. Chair, sustainable local economic development cannot be achieved without skills that would enable communities to harness local endowments. This is particularly relevant as the Moerane report highlighted that as the barrier of entry to becoming a councillor are extremely low, any popular person without any academic or vocational qualification is able to assume such office. A skills revolution is required to ensure that the people can participate meaningfully in the economy without relying on the 5-year political term or contract from government as the only means to socio-economic mobility. As part of the Eastern Seaboard development, the Department of Culture, alongside with MISA, have partnered with institutions of higher learning, particularly TVET colleges, towards piloting an initiative for a skills revolution where we train and empower our people with skills in agriculture, carpentry, plumbing, horticulture, livestock, farming, and other vocational skills. This work stream is led by the principal of the Moteo TVET College, Professor Tipulwana Busisi, where work is at the advanced stage to pilot these initiatives. This skills program will be coupled with business incubation and entrepreneurship assistance with an intention to assist local communities, particularly young people, women, to find useful work and generate an income towards poverty alleviation. Of course, men won't be left behind. For instance, we need to change our thinking about livestock, agriculture, and can be beneficiated for sustainable livelihood and poverty alleviation. People in agriculture, including but not limiting to farming, livestock, aquaculture, and poultry, and will include the entire value chain in these products, where even the highly groomed develop local tech and leather industry. Revolution is a practical means to address the mad conditions of the people in a sustainable manner. Our commitments within the skills revolution are transformative so that people are empowered for performance, pride, community engagement, and creating opportunities. Along with the skill drive is the creation of citizens that can thrive with minimal government. This will be achieved by harnessing existing indigenous expertise and intensifying active initiatives whilst creating new opportunities for employment and training. Collaborative participation of partners in the private sector, education and training sectors, and other social partners is vital for the success and for developing a thriving local economy. To this end, a participatory approach in the mode of the district development model will be strengthened. Added to the killing of councillors, these acts are often accompanied by damage to property, which undermines the institutional functionality of municipalities. This results in the inability of the local government to deliver basic services, as well as being able to attract suitable, qualified people for employment. Honorable Chairperson, we call on stakeholders, these including members of this House, community members, to work with law enforcement agencies in finals who threaten the local government. Is to get political education about the political competition and record those of their members who are involved in killings. As leaders, to remember our commitment to political freedom of choice, expression, and association before and post elections. Just as we have in the past successfully with our differences with unjust government, we call for all parties to settle differences through peaceful means. On our part, pieces of legislation such as the Municipal Systems Amendment and continue to professionalize local government to enable a public service that intends to foster service delivery and public service instead of one that is driven by the politics of patronage and personal accumulation. This will further also enable our municipalities constitutional obligations. Through this Amendment Act, we intend to professionalize local public administration by insulating senior municipal official political interference, provide for procedures and competency criteria for appointment of municipal managers and other senior managers, provide for the consequences of appointments made in intervention of the Act, prohibit municipal managers and other senior managers from holding political office in political parties and promoting ethical public administration. Relation of employment of municipal employees have been dismissed for misconduct. So, Honorable Chairperson, we must recall the words of President Nelson Mandela, who during the 1996 National Summit for Organized Local Government said, and I quote, "You have the task of doing whatever is necessary to ensure that our new local government system serves the needs of our communities. You have the responsibility to make their voice heard and to provide anything for them to improve their lives." So, Honorable Chair, I conclude, it's important also in citizens and communities in this fight against the killing of councillors. We also need to know business people, because also some are part of the networks that end up in these conflicts. And we also need to ensure that there is good governance in the municipality. There is a healthy relationship between the council and the administration, and proper oversight. So with those, I like you, Chair, and thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Minister. We'll now move on to Honorable Tim Otterson. But as Tim takes the stage, we'll ask Honorable Nguyen to take over the chair. Honorable Tim.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members, and fellow South Africans. I'm a bit confused, Chairperson. I thought we were talking about the killing of councillors, not the development of economic growth today, which is what the Minister seemed to focus on. That aside, Chairperson, I shall begin. On the 21st of June, 2022, I submitted a notice of motion and a motion without notice on this very topic that we are debating today. These motions called on the ANC to urgently intervene in the serious issue of factionalism in the organization and also called on the governing party to curtail the bloodthirsty pursuit of resources and positions in KwaZulu-Natal. These motions called on the ANC to implement the recommendations of the Morani Commission as mandated by President Ramaphosa. Finally, a call was made on Police Minister Bheki Cele to accelerate investigations and prosecutions to stem the flow of killings in our province. Unfortunately and sadly, to date, these calls have fallen on deaf ears. Since then, 2 serving councillors have been brutally slain, one of them from my constituency. 2 associates of the Mkomazi councillor were also assassinated. a senior official from Umlalazi, and a close protector of a municipal manager were also killed. A former ANC councillor was shot and killed in cold blood and in broad daylight in Isipingo. And in the last devastating turn of events, 2 policemen appeared in the dock in the Scapa Regional Court charged with the murder of the Umkomazi councillor and his associates. This development has led to grave concerns of the role the police are playing in the political killings in KZN. It is indeed a grim reminder of the killing fields of the 1980s, where over 20,000 people were killed in a civil war between the IFP and the UDF. And as was exposed at the subsequent Truth and Reconciliation Commission, this carnage was aided and abetted by the apartheid police force, and it would appear elements in the SAPs continue today to do the same. And before Minister Kele goes off on a rant about my possible involvement, I would like to remind him that I never served in the SAPS or the SANDF and was a member of the anti-conscription campaign. However, Chairperson, it appears little has changed, except for one significant difference. The battle then was over ideology. The battle today is over positions and resources. The reality is grim. Well over 300 politically related killings have taken place in KZN since the publication of the Morani Commission findings in 2018. And KZN braces itself in the run-up to the ANC elective conference next month and the potential fallout thereafter. Why focus on the ANC? The sad truth is that this scourge appears to, in large part, affect only their organization. Only in rare instances does the violence spread to other parties. It is thus their problem to fix, as pointed out clearly by the Morani Commission. The ANC have to analyze the painful causes behind the slaughter. Political interference in policing is one of them. The police minister set up a much lauded unit to tackle the problem, the so-called Berets unit. The only problem is that 2 of the members of the unit are suspects in previous killings. To add to this conundrum, most senior police officials are where they are today through political support, thus exacerbating the competition for positions. This has allowed politicians to use the police as hit squad, a grim reminder indeed of the dark days of the 80s and the 90s. This political interference could also influence the fact that, in October 2022, the NPA announced that 40% of the cases on its roll related to political murders had been removed due to a lack of evidence. In his new book, War Party, veteran journalist Greg Arday unpacks how individuals and factions within the ANC, fighting not over ideology but over money and power, are feeding a deadly snake pit of violence and assassinations. In most cases, assassinations are a result of contestation for political positions and tenders. The majority of political murders are as a result of contestation between individuals and factions within the ANC. In these murders, what is at stake is money and power, not ideology. In the majority of cases, assassinations are a result of the takeover of the ANC by criminal networks, often linked to the taxi industry. Politicians, the taxi industry, and police have become enmeshed in a criminal takeover of the local state, which allows a small and violent elite to accumulate wealth at the direct expense of ordinary people. This is brought into stark relief when one considers a former eThekwini mayor who was described as the gangster mayor by grassroots activists. Under her watch, the councillor for Ward 101 in eThekwini was removed as a candidate by his party ahead of the 2021 local government elections. His replacement was then assassinated and voters had to vote for a deceased candidate. Ahead of the subsequent by-election for Ward 101, the former councillor was arrested on suspicion of organising the assassination. He was nevertheless put up as a candidate and was elected, and he remains the councillor despite being in custody for the assassination. This is the kind of problem the ANC must tackle and deal with decisively. South Africa cannot afford internal wranglings in the ANC spilling out into the streets like the riots of 2021. I differ strongly with the minister. This is not a South African problem. It is an ANC problem. I seriously sympathize with all the colleagues in the House who have lost friends to this scourge. But you must clean your house. South Africa cannot afford this South Africa cannot afford this very serious threat to our democracy. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. I would like now to recognize Honorable Dodovu, ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session, Honorable Ngwenya. Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Amos Masondo. Minister of COGTA, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. Honorable Chief Whip, permanent and special delegates, including MECs of community safety and COGTA in different provinces. Ladies and gentlemen, since yesterday, immediately after the judgment of the Constitutional Court was delivered by Justice Zondo, ordering the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services to release on parole within 10 days a murderer of a century, Janus Walus, the country was and is still filled by outright outburst, anger, outrage, and disbelief, especially from the majority of the people of this country. This outburst and outrage is eloquently expressed by Mama Dimpho Hani, the wife of Chris Tembekile Hani, who on the 10th of April in 1993 was brutally and cold-bloodedly killed by a Nazi Polish immigrant, Janus Walus, in collusion and connivance with the right-wing racists whose intentions were to plunge our country into a civil war at the time. 29 years later, that heinous criminal act still could not escape our memories. We eyewitnessed our most beloved soldier and freedom fighter lying motionlessly in the lake of blood, where he succumbed bleeding under the cruelty of racists. Yesterday, we were shocked that the murderer would be released on parole in terms of the Constitution and the principles of rule of law and equality. Honorable Chairperson, with this painful state of affairs, it is quite clear that the current parole system doesn't assist the reconciliation project in this country. In fact, it is an antithesis of what Chris Hani stood for, and it is seen to be favoring the former oppressors more than the victims of apartheid and colonialism. Today, as we debate under the heading, waging a concerted battle against the killing of councillors, this is a stark reminder to all of us that many of the councillors in this country continue to be killed in the same way Chris Hani was killed. It is therefore befitting that this afternoon, Honorable Chair, I rise to dedicate my contribution to this debate in honor and memory of Chris Hani, the brave soldier, commander and chief of staff of the glorious People's Army, Mkonto Wesizwe. Honorable Chair, undoubtedly Chris Hani was a symbol of liberation in South Africa. His exemplary leadership, boundless virtues, sustained commitment to struggle, and abiding love for his country are some of the attributes that the people of this country must be proud of. Rather than killing councillors who are public representatives elected by the people in democratic elections, those who continue to kill them for narrow and selfish interests must strive to emulate Chris Hani. In prosecuting the struggle for national liberation, Chris Hani never sought glory or personal advancement. Instead, throughout his political life, he immensely contributed to our understanding of what it is that defines a freedom fighter and what is asked of us as we continue the struggle for a prosperous country. Honorable Chairperson, when it comes to the killings of councillors, the latest killing is of Muzi Manyati of Mkonto local municipality in Mpumalanga, after he was shot at the petrol station this month. Councillor Moses Maluleke, the executive mayor of the Collins Chabane local municipality in Limpopo, was gunned down in July this year. Also in KwaZulu-Natal, the province dubbed the killing fields in the late 1980s and early 1990s. Intimidation, violence, and killings of councillors have happened in vicious ways, also confirmed by the Moerane Commission, which was established for that purpose. Honorable Chair, the killing of whistleblower Sindiso Magaka, who was a dynamic leader of the future, remains a devastating moment, not only for the people of Mzimkhulu, but for the youth of this country, who he led with vigor and vitality. In the Northwest Province, the elimination of corruption buster, Moss Parkway, remains a painful memory for the people of Rustenburg, where Moss Parkway dedicated his life and served them with honor and dignity. These are some of the killings of councillors in the recent past, Honorable Chair. There are many other examples which can be cited to show how serious and desperate the situation is. When we look deeper into the causes of these killings, in most cases, those who are eliminated would have either reported or investigated corruption, fraud, and other financial malfeasances in municipalities. Most of the killings relate to the common problems of municipalities pertaining to unauthorized, irregular, wasteful, and fruitless expenditures, and as well as inter- and intra-party political conflicts and the fighting for resources, as the minister has pointed out. Predominantly, Honorable Chairperson, in cases which have been uncovered, especially where unrests, prosecutions, and convictions have been secured, hidden hands of masterminds are behind these killings. These masterminds mostly happen to be high-ranking political and business figures who are deeply involved in tenders and supply management processes. Honorable Chairperson, it is vitally important to restore the integrity of public representatives, and their role must be seen as a national service to perform in making local government work better. Their role must be seen to be to promote local democracy and governance and to ensure optimum basic service delivery to the people. These councillors must be supported in promoting community participation, in promoting safe and healthy environments where people live, and in promoting social and economic development of our people. As we robustly deal with those who kill councillors, it is important to strengthen local government against abuses by public representatives and demystify the public perception that a lot of financial benefits are accrued to these public representatives for being councillors who perform national duty on behalf of the people of South Africa who have elected them. Councillors must work very hard to ensure equitable access and distribution of local economic development opportunities to the people. And various political parties, I argue, not one single party, various political parties must play a key role in strengthening internal democracy and fairness in their own parties to harness the constructive political relations both internally and externally in their parties. At the center of dealing with this challenge, it is very much important, Honorable Chair, to combat the criminal syndicates which intimidate and mete out violence to public representatives as well as their public servants. I argue, Honorable Chairperson, that in resolving this scourge of killings in our country, we must treat one another like brothers and sisters. We must do what a young boy did and said about his brother in Japan. During the war, The young boy was carrying his dead brother on his back to go and bury him. A soldier noticed him and asked him to throw this dead body of a child so that he would not get tired. The boy replied, "He's not heavy, he's my brother." The soldier understood and broke down in tears. Since then, this image of a young boy carrying his brother has become a symbol of unity in Japan. And this is what we need in South Africa. Let this be our motto. He's not heavy, he's my brother, she's my sister. If he falls, raise him, even if you get tired. Still help him or her. If he make mistakes, forgive him. And if the world abandons him, carry him on your back, because he's not heavy, he's your brother. Don't kill him. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, I think it's important to highlight that, as I pointed out in the beginning, that I dedicate this in the memory of Chris Hani. Chris Hani was an MK soldier. He played a pivotal role in the Wangisi Polilo campaign in 1967 and in 1968, which will go down inevitably as one of the most heroic operations in the history of MK. This battle started when the Lituli detachment, made up of units of Mkonto Wesizo and the Zambu guerrillas, crossed the Zambezi River from the Zambian banks into Rhodesia. This was important because this was led by Chris Hani, who at the moment is on the lips and the ears of many South Africans. In the process, the detachment led by Chris Hani, Basil February, Patrick Molawa, among others, battled ferociously and successfully against the South African and the Rhodesian forces. And they were successful because they were the brothers in arms who were fighting for the liberation of their own country. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, if we do all of these things like a Japanese boy, we'll be honoring Chris Hani, who as a freedom fighter and a communist, felt very deeply any injustice visited upon any person, whoever they were and wherever they might have been. We must act like him because he was driven by an abiding sense of human solidarity, a genuine empathy for his people, and a concern for the suffering of the poor and the downtrodden. He wasn't killing them because to him it was quite important that for the love of his country, he must do what he did. Chris Hani chose to take up the struggle at a great cost to himself to confront the social and political and economic forces that oppress and exploit our people. And he was guided by a clear understanding of the strategy and tactics to bring about fundamental change to his beloved country. This, in my respective view, is what we must do to deal with the challenges of the hour and wage a relentless battle against the killing of councillors, because they play an important role. They play an immense and immeasurable role in terms of ensuring that they serve the people who have democratically elected them. And I still argue there's a perennial problem that is obtained across the political spectrum. It is a perennial problem that is confronted by all of us as a country. We must forge heads, we must develop partnership, we must encourage and motivate and work with the police service to ensure that they spare neither effort nor energy in terms of uprooting these killings that are perpetuated by criminals who act exactly the same way like Janus Walus did in killing our beloved soldier and our beloved leader, Chris Hani. And for me, this is quite important. And I'm sure wherever he is, he will smile in affirmation that my footprints are visibly entrenched and I can see them, because we as public representatives, we do everything within our power and means to fight the scourge of violence and killings of councillors, and whatever and whoever is responsible, we deal with them without any favor or prejudice. We do what the law requires us to save our people, to save our public representatives. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Totovu. Honorable members, I would like to recognize B. Dobisha, Eastern Cape Chairperson, Safety and Liaison. Honorable Dobisha.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me greet you this afternoon, Deputy Chairperson, honorable members of the House, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. It is with great honor to participate in this debate, a topic which is gradually blemishing our country in the eyes of the international community. The killings of councillors and municipal officials is a worrying and a perturbing phenomenon. At the outset, Chairperson, I would like to make it crystal clear that the African National Congress condemns and denounces and relieves the killings of councillors, regardless of which political party a councillor belongs to. One death of a councillor is but too many. The killings of councillors diminishes the standing of our country in the international community. A syndicate of hitmen is prowling in the communities. It is targeting and killing elected public representatives with impunity. An intriguing question is that not one is being arrested amongst those or convicted or sentenced. Our country has in the recent past witnessed an escalating of hits on councillors. It is a scary situation. The murder of municipal councillors and officials exposes the dark side of politics. Our democracy is under attack. These are not just glib words. The hail of bullets sprayed on the bodies of councillors has become a weekly occurrence. Addressing the third council of mayors held in East London on the 23rd of September, our Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa said that more than 300 councillors have been killed in the past 2 years. From 2021 to 2022, 54 councillors have been killed, and the figure keeps on escalating. In the Eastern Cape alone, a thorough analysis of crime stats has revealed the biggest contributor to the murder rate were in Nelson Mandela and King Sabata Dalindyebo municipality. In Nelson Mandela municipality. After a microscopic analysis of the pattern, a dedicated team of operatives has been deployed in the two hotspots. The Eastern Cape murder figure of councillors during the last quarter has jumped to double digits, putting it at 17%. In this 17%, the research has found that most of these murders are pre-planned, premeditated, and carried out on the victims while they are relaxing at their homes, unsuspecting, or in the drive-by. In the past, the crimes that targeted at councillors was sporadic violence by protesters, but in the recent past, it has taken a new dimension. Political opponents within the municipal council approach and pay hitmen to go and carry out assassinations to the targets. This necessitates a paradigm shift and the beefing up of the crime intelligence capacity. These days, weeks after week, we converge and to convey condolences for the public representatives who have been killed. The killings of municipal councillors and senior managers should be viewed within the context of contestations for political power. It presents a direct attack on the hard-won democracy. Chairperson, the picture in the Eastern Cape is troubling. Let me quickly relay the recent killings in our province. Councillor Fundisile Khanai, 49-year-old, who was the Water and Sanitation Committee member at OR Tambo District Municipality, and an 18-year-old son, Siolise, were shot dead at the Slovo Park home on the 28th of September. The councillor's 8-year-old daughter escaped unharmed. The double murder came a month after the two councillors, Sinetemba Mbedane and Lima Kumalo, survived the assassination in attempt in August. According to the media reports, bullets were fired at the Councillor Kumalo's car during a drive-by shooting. The air of fear has crippled the councillors and are living in fear within their own home and also within their own areas of stay. Recently, 2 more Eastern Cape councillors were attacked. The homes of the mayor of Port St. John's, as well as the speaker, were torched. They only survived because they were not at home during those times. The research commissioned by SALGA has highlighted the following increasing trends for showing how unsafe councillors live and lives have become. Security threats at offices and homes, councillors' family held up in their homes, extortion of money from councillors, intimidation from gangsters related to building projects, threats for execution, officials' responsibilities, killings of both councillors and officials, damages to movable and immovable property. These have shown by SALGA in their research as increasing trends. The acting city manager of Buffalo City Metro survived 2 attempts of his life by unknown assailants and was hospitalized for 3 weeks. He has not recovered from the trauma, according to the reports. The killing spree of councillors in a lucrative business. The business of killing councillors is premeditated and pre-planned and coordinated and well orchestrated by colleagues who work with the deceased or the victims. Honorable members, there are no killings that drive itself. I make a bold statement to say that these episodes of killings of the councillors is driven by people. It is perpetrated by the elites in the high places. They hire hitmen to shoot the councillors, and the hitmen first start by conducting a surveillance on the targets. Once they get the profile of the targets, such as the home addresses, car registrations, photos, and movement habits, the hitmen pounce on the targets unannounced and shoot and kill. It is a report that the police has given. As a result, the police needs to be capacitated and beefed up so that this cannot happen. These attacks threaten the credibility of our democracy and pose a danger where society might develop intolerance, which is an inimical to our democracy and erodes our constitutional imperatives insofar as it is neither reflects the character of our society or will of the people. And it negatively impacts on the credibility of local government.
Yes, you conclude.
As a potential area of opportunity for qualified and potential public representatives. Honorable Chairperson, the list is long of all of those who have died serving our country. And what is quite unfortunate is that we are at the helms of leadership, and we are unable to assist and protect them whilst all of this is happening under all of our watch. We therefore plead upon our MEC to have a special investigating team that will look upon all these threats that are posed to our own councillors. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, the next speaker is Honorable Lutuli, EFF.
Thank you, Chairperson, and Mutabingelele. Sihlalo, isigaba somthethosisekelo esibekelwe sona lapha seNingizimu Afrika asibonakali njengoba ukubulawa kwamakhansela ikakhulukazi esifundazweni saKwaZulu-Natal kubonakala sekuchaphazeleka nakwezinye izifundazwe njengoba lokubulawa kwamakhansela kwaqala kusukela eminyakeni yo-1996. South Africa has been battling with politically motivated killings over the years because of its history of violence, factional battles, which mainly affects provincial and local structures. According to the statistics collected by the Global Initiative on Transnational Organized Crime, since 2000, there has been an increase in number of assassinations in this country, especially since 2015. 418, Chairperson, 418 political hits have been recorded nationwide between the year 2000 and 2021. 213 of those hits athathe enzeke kule minyaka ewu7 edlulile. 118 aqhamuka KwaZulu-Natal nje alone. The overwhelming majority of these killings is often carried out using firearms, which demonstrates the widespread availability of illicit firearms, which are easily available amongst imphakathi esihlala kuyo. Zonke lezi zibhamu eze-IFP ne-ANC ababeyisebenzisa ngeminyaka yo-1980. Our people are terrified, Chairperson. They are terrified and live in fear. So much so that the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government established a commission of inquiry into political killings known as the Morona Commission, which tabled its finding in 2018. Today, as economic freedom fighters, we shall draw on the submission made to this commission, which I will summarize as follows. That the killing of councillors is intra-party motivated by politicians who are power hungry for position, which put them in control of state resources and influence of tenders. Iqembu elibusayo alikhombisi intshisekelo ekunqandeni lempi esithathe isikhathi eside kumaqembu ezepolitiki kanye nabaholi bawo, njengoba lokukulwa nokubulalana kuhlomulisa izimfuno zabo zamaqembu. So today, as EFF, we will make the same recommendation which we made to the commission back then. That political parties must educate their members about political tolerance and the essence of democratic contestation, for political assassination are caused by a lack of provincial leadership battles of power and internal factions within the structure of the ANC in the provinces. For we have seen in recent times how since the Polokwane conference in 2007, factions within the ANC have led to tension. Kumele amaqembu ezopolitiki azibophezele futhi aphendule ngamaphutha enziwa amalunga awo. Hlalo kumele kube nohlelo oluqondile lokuhlungwa nendlela ezobekwa kulabo abazoba amakhansela ukuze kuqedwe inhlansi embi yalabo abaphehla udlame nababulalayo. Hlalo EFF kuyasethusa ukuthi sekusetshenziswe izindodla ngezindodla zezimali kule commission, kepha izincomo azikaze zenzeke futhi kuze kube inamhlanje ukubulawa kwamakhansela kusaqhubeka. The most recent of such killings being the killing of Sindiso Magaqa, owayengunobhala jikelele we-ANC Youth League, lapho kwaboshwa khona abantu be-ANC, okubalwa owayengumeya ngaleso sikhathi, kuphinde kubalwe owayeyilunga lesishayamthetho, yena-ke owagcina ngokuzidubula wazibulala. The killing of eThekwini wa-30 ANC councillor Ubaba Mkhize, who was killed just days before he was supposed to contest the 2021 local government election, where a by-election was held, and Councillor Mzingiba was elected as Mkhize's replacement, only for him to be arrested and charged a couple months later with Mkhize's matter. And recently, the IFP mayor in Umsinga municipality was also arrested together with his bodyguards, linked to the murder of IFP councillor and attempted murder of a second councillor of that municipality. By-elections held in Soweto and Greytown, KwaZulu-Natal a couple months ago were also to fill vacancies after the ANC ward councillors were gunned down in the latest series of political killings. The by-elections in Nelson Mandela Bay is as a result of the same pattern, which is very worrying and is scary. Inter-party conflicts seem to have distinct implication on political killings in KwaZulu-Natal. However, recent political killings in KwaZulu-Natal are associated with political feuds or factionalism within the ANC in the province. And although most of the victims are specifically from the ANC and IFP, we've also witnessed killings of councillors from other political parties too, Chairperson. The matters are also often directly related to the outcome of state tenders, which are also linked to the ANC for local councillors, often have a say on how resources are allocated towards service delivery. Because our people are employed at Chairperson, and for them, the financial benefits and income earned from local government position often means the difference between poverty and economic well-being. They exist within the ANC competition over excess of resources to the extent that anyone who is considered a threat, who is considered a competition is eliminated. Chairperson, political violence remains a part of the country's political culture and creates a climate of fear among our people. We as economic freedom fighters, we condemn the senseless and heartless killing of councillors, especially in KwaZulu-Natal and the rest of the country.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Siyakuba. I would like now to recognize Honorable M. Kumalo, Gauteng MEC, Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, and Government, Research and Development. Over to you, Honorable Kumalo.
Honorable Chairperson of the House, honorable members, the people of South Africa. The killing of councillors will solicit a round of condemnation from all of us. Every day we hear stories of senseless and callous killing of public representatives and officials. The regularity of these killings make it almost expected. The killing of municipal councillors and officials is on the increase in our country. Our hard-earned democracy and freedom are on the verge of being reversed and eroded by killing of public representatives, which is a direct attack on the Bill of Rights, which protect the right to life. The debate today, Honorable Chair, evokes mixed emotion for me. On Friday, 18th November 2022, we received the news of the untimely demise of Mr. Dennis Mangope, a former councillor and MMC and chief whip of the defunct Randfontein local municipality and that of the Western District Municipality. Respectively, who became the latest fatality of criminal elements who are running amok in our society. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable Chair, the killing of councillors has been on the steady increase in the last decade, as indicated by analysis of public and media reporting from 2000 to 2021. The killing are often characterized as political, organized crime, and settling of personal feuds. The killing of councillors lays bare the intricacies of criminal syndicates, political conspiracies, and the involvement of the underworld of gangsterism in local government spheres. At the onset, we must dispel the myth that the killing of councillors is happening in some political parties only. The killing of councillors may vary from province to province, as demonstrated by various statistical analysis. The debate should therefore be framed within the challenges of national security. According to Global Initiative on Transitional Organized Crime, the data collected since 2000 shows a sharp increase in the number of assassinations in the last 10 years. An analysis of the emerging trends on the national picture of assassination in South Africa shows that the taxi industry-related incident accounted for the majority of the assassination, followed by politically motivated assassinations. Many of the killings in local government are attributed to the fight for control and access to lucrative contracts and tenders. The widespread corruption and polarized communities add to the milieu of criminal networks in local government. Honorable members, the attack on the system of governance through the killing of public representatives present a clear danger to the rule of law and severely undermine the legitimacy of the state. As Professor Cheryl Potgieter, Head of Gender, Justice, Health and Human Development at Durban University Technology, warned us that, open quote, political violence as a result of power patronage and systematic corruption is leading to a fractured state becoming a failed state, close quotes. The Moarani Commission shed light on the weaknesses in the criminal justice system that affected the effectiveness of personnel and the coordination of intervention and responses of the security cluster. Honorable Chair, the involvement of organized crime with the politician lends credence to our support for the current work in restoring the credibility and effectiveness of our criminal justice system. The recruitment and association of criminal element and politician inevitably contribute to political murderers. A slew of accusations of complicity of politicians in the killing of councillors is not far-fetched, as demonstrated by the arrest of some of the politicians. There is a disturbing correlation between election as public representative and access and control of state resources. There is a perception that the election as a councillor equals the opportunity to access resources through tenders. This unfettered and conspicuous consumption is often the result of corrupt activities. There is a new phenomenon of construction mafias. These criminal syndicates are notorious for extorting major construction projects under the guise of ensuring local economic development and beneficiation. According to Webster Mfebe, CEO of the South African Forum of Civil Engineers Contractors, in 2019, the armed gang had forced the abandonment of 84 infrastructure projects in South Africa, worth more than 27 billion in total. The modus operandi of this criminal syndicate is to demand large fees, usually 30% of the total value of the project, in return for allowing work to proceed. The criminal conduct has caused major disruption on our economy. Last year, at least 3 councillors in Mapani in Tshwane had been shot and killed in mysterious circumstances. This led to at least 3 other councillors fleeing their homes because they feared for their safety. The killing are also linked to the disruption of projects aimed at improving service delivery, such as the building of schools and roads. The attacks on councillors do not affect them as individuals, only as their families often bear the brunt of such attack. More often, councillors' homes are attacked, and the result thereof is forced relocation due to the destruction of their properties. This does not only cause huge disruption to the life of family members, as it has financial implications as well. We have observed increasing intimidation of councillors and municipal officials and destruction of municipal property during service delivery protests. The more violent attacks, the more it is likely to receive media attention. Honorable members, the proliferation of illegal firearms remain the biggest challenge in the fight against organized crime. The majority of assassinations were carried out using firearms, indicating the widespread availability of illicit firearms. The stolen firearms from private gun owners, the public force, and private security companies are often used for attacks. The availability of illegal firearms is partially as a result of the violence of the past that our country has once experienced. Our country has an unfortunate history of political violence, which includes a culture of violent protest and political killing. There is no denying the fact that political intolerance fuels violence. At the local level of government, it takes place in various shapes and forms, including the scuffles in council chambers as seen in the Tshwane Metro in the last few weeks. Political violence is still very much part of the country's political culture and creates a climate of insecurity, though at a reduced scale. The culture of violence during the protest still continues even today, as was seen in July 2021 unrest. Honorable Chairperson, it cannot be that we have normalized conveying messages of condolences week in, week out due to senseless killing of public representatives. Choosing to be a public servant should not automatically mean that you are a legitimate target of criminals. We cannot allow criminals to think that they can effect a regime change by violently removing the elected public representative through the barrel of the gun. The attack on public representatives is the attack on our democracy and by extension, an attack on our people. The attacks on public representatives should be elevated to priority crimes and should receive the necessary attention. We need to see the successful investigation by police and successful prosecution. We need a paradigm shift on how we view public representatives. Being a councillor should not require one to be extraordinary brave because of the increased risk of being killed. We are a constitutional democracy that prides itself with the adherence and respect of the rule of law. We should not be here debating the strategies on waging a concerted battle against the killing of councillors. Instead, we should be discussing how we must improve the quality of lives for the people. The fight against crime is a societal matter and requires all of us to stand together and say no to the killing of councillors. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Kumalo. Honorable members, Siyakuba. I would like now to recognize Honorable Malika.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Greetings to the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, the chief whip, house chairpersons, ministers, president, MECs, permanent and special delegates. Sihlalo, ngizwa ngiyamangala mangizwa Honorable Luthuli makathi izibhamu ziyaziwa ukuthi ze-ANC ne-IFP. Ngicabanga ukuthi sekayoba usizo nasemaphoyiseni njengoba enhlanhlatha ifuna ababulala ukuthi izibhamu ababulala ngazo bangakuphi ngoba ngathi yena unolwazi. Chairperson, as a nation, we need to be worried about the future alienation of potential representative of the people due to violence and its impact of the capability of municipal councils. Local government plays a critical role in entrenching participatory democracy at a ward level. This is crucial to ensuring that our democracy and government are people-centered. The fact that local government has structured such as ward committees and develop the integrated development plan through an extensive consultation process gives the true meaning of people's power. The needs and aspirations of the people will only be fully realized representation representing the best amongst the communities and by public representatives who are committed and dedicated to the development of their communities. The social implications of councillor killings are the risk of alienating good citizens who embody the values and principles by the Constitution. The violence and targeting of councillors by criminals, elements by and by citizens who seek to abuse people's power will result in local government attracting citizens who are liable to acts which do not serve the community but narrow interest, which will compromise service delivery and equitable distribution of services. With this said, we need to ask ourselves critical questions as a society on the political risk on the future trajectory of local government. The impact of terror in a political environment also directly impacts the community's safety and security. The killing of councillors as community representatives threatens citizens' safety and security, which triggers communities to have costly security measures due to insecurity and loss of confidence in law enforcement agencies. Criminal syndicates which target councillors also target and terrorize local communities. There are incidents where councillors are murdered due to their activism in fighting against crime and corruption. The murder of such councillors represents a hurdle to creating safe communities. We call on communities to always be organized and participate in the governance of their affairs in local government, because unorganized and participatory community closes ranks for any abuse of proliferation of crime in communities. We cannot debate this theme and not reflect the incidents of murders of councillors and honor the contribution of our fallen public representatives. Saving the people should always be preserved as an honor and privilege, because upon the elected, the aspiration of the poor, the vulnerable, and communities are their responsibilities as agents of transformation. We honor those councillors because many have died due to the exercise of people's power. We might at times undermine the significant role played by councillors. Still, the reality is that councillors are the only public representatives elected by their immediate communities and are closely scrutinized, live within the communities, and are accessible to the people. In the 2021 local government elections, the African National Congress signed a pledge with councillors to be available to their communities 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We do so because we recognize that councillors are the first point of departure in many of our communities. Therefore, those who represent the people make a service of service to the people. We cannot speak to the social impact of the killing of councillors and not reflect on the social implications of the families of the councillors and their dependents. Many councillors are breadwinners in their household, and families expect social and economic support to their progression and livelihood. We need to think of the children that have lost their parents due to their political responsibility. The cost of loss of life is immeasurable, but what becomes critical is that as a society, we need to not only react to the murder of councillors, but also be concerned about the implication for their families and provide the necessary support to those families whose members have sacrificed to save the community. Today, a child of a deceased councillor might be lacking in many areas, and the families of deceased councillors can also be dire need of support. Remember, not emphasize the importance of Ubuntu in our society and share the grief experience by families of public representatives when such criminal acts of murder occur. To address this problem of councillors being killed, we need to embed social and political norms which negate a culture of sins of incumbency and the perception of public representative authority as an entry for abuse of public resources. The problem of killing is a problem of violence, which is prevalent in society. Violence in our society is history, but social institutions have a critical role to play to change our society. It all begins in the family, our education system, our religions, beliefs, and our culture. The family is essentially to teaching values and principles of lives, and our education system should be critically and robust enough to transform the thinking of individuals, to expose the social and political norms which are developmental. Through the churches, synagogues, the teaching should contribute the humanity-based qualities of Ubuntu and cooperation amongst citizens. To strengthen local government, we need to strengthen local government councils, which are central to the decision-making process. Suppose we surrender to the criminal act and political instability causing this killing of councils. In that case, we shall be the power of the people to criminals and those who don't have the people's best interest. The more we have capable citizens shying away from public responsibilities, the local government sphere will continue to attract self-serving representatives who will not contribute to the development of their communities. Chairperson, we must enhance the conducive environment to realize the true object of having a local government system which is people-centered and led by the best amongst the communities, believing that the responsibilities of critical to the socio-economic transformation of our society. It is for this reason that proper to the democratic nature of the African National Congress, we have introduced community participation in the selection of councillors. We did so to ensure that the people who live with our members have a significant say in selecting candidates who will place the interests of the people first. We do so because we are committed to building communities through agents of change who are tried and tested. We call on law enforcement agencies to continue investigating cases of killings of councillors, and we should be able to bring the killers to book so that those who target public representatives know that the full might of the state and the law will ensure sufficient consequences. This is critical to our political system and strengthened representative in our democracy. We also call upon political parties to play their role in ensuring that they function in the manner that addresses the risk of being a public representative. We say no to dealing of councillors. Sikhala nayo le mizi, sicela councillor Luthuli ningakhulumi izinto engeke.
Yeah, good.
Good, Lawen.
Honorable members, as going to challenge the network, I hope Honorable Malika have cut by the network. Honorable members, I would like
This is
now
what
to
happens when you touch my name.
Oh, Honorable Luthuli, order. Order.
Hayi luthula yo parliament yakowenu lena.
Order, honorable members. Sankuncetis. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize Honorable S. Zigalala, KwaZulu-Natal MEC, Gokta, and also invite a Deputy Chair to take over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Chair, and Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Chief Whip, the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, the Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Castle Matale, honorable members of this House. The topic of assassination of councillors is important, and so we pay tribute to the NCOP for hosting a debate on this subject. No effort must be spared in finding the lasting solution aimed at eradicating this shameful anomaly in our body politics. The assassination or attack on the democratically elected representatives of the people must be seen as an assault on our democracy. It must be characterized not just as another form of crime, but as constituting element of the counter-revolution which seek to undermine all the gains we have made since our historic democratic breakthrough in 1994. It is not a clinch to say freedom was not free. A supreme price was paid for our hard-won freedom and democracy. Our freedom and constitutional order are written in the blood of freedom martyrs such as Solomon Mahlangu, Portia Philandwando, and indeed the SACP and the ANC revolutionary leader, Chris Hani. It was the spilling of Chris Hani's blood by racist right-wing elements who wanted his assassination to cause a civil war and postpone our appointment with history that led to South Africa moving with speed to April 27, 1994. As we engage in this August House of the People, we again wish to pledge our unequivocal support to the Hani family and assure Umama Udimpo Hani that we feel and understand her pain and wounds of losing a husband, a friend, a comrade, a father of her children. As we debate these senseless killings of councillors, may we also say that the blood of Chris Hani and many of freedom fighters will not be lost in vain. Honorable members, the Sowetan newspapers on the 16th of November 2022 revealed the scale of challenge we are debating today. According to this report, no less than 54 councillors and municipal officials have been murdered since the November 2021 local government elections. We should all be alarmed by this sketch and be mindful that these are patriots who had answered the call to serve our nation, men and women who were fathers, mothers, friends, and colleagues. We must not treat them as mere figures or statistics. They had dreams, plans, and aspirations like the rest of us and the people of the country as a whole. The matters have occurred in a number of political parties, but in particular the ANC, then the IFP and EFF. While a perception exists that the matter of councillors is concentrated in KwaZulu-Natal, the Daily Maverick says that 10 cases have also been reported since November in the province. There is a possibility that some cases go unreported. It may be important to do a more comprehensive study throughout the country to obtain the depth of this challenge. In the recent time, we have seen an increase in the number of cases of intimidation, assault, and even attack on physical assets owned by councillors. Some of these sound like we are regressing, to the olden days where Black local councillors under apartheid were seen as collaborators and were target of violence attacks. The sociologist Mary DeHaas, based in UKZN, suggests that councillors may have immense power in their hands to influence access to municipal resources. It is the fight over these resources, employment opportunities, and who get tenders that seems to be at the heart of the ugly competition and matter of councillors. As the province, we continue to emphasize the implementation of the recommendations of the Mwerane Commission, which include the following: establishing the transparent and credible public procurement system, call on all political parties to establish a rigorous process of the selection of candidates for councillorship, ensure that political education and mass education is conducted within the political parties and in the society to ensure political tolerance and that the people understand the role of councillors. Introduce minimum qualification for public representatives. We thus welcome the initiative of the ANC of introducing a tighter process to select councillors, which included interview processes for the selection of office bearers. We must imbue the culture of understanding that a public representative is not just a carrier, but a service to the people. While we also welcome progress made in some cases by the task team on political killings, we remain concerned that most cases remain unresolved. We thus believe that the task team on political killings still need to heighten their effort to ensure that perpetrators are brought to book. Honorable members, the matter of councillors must also be understood within the broader environment of high murder rates and endemic violence in our country. This violence is seen through violent service protest, violence in our schools, the high number of murder rates, including the abuse of women and killing of women. Tragically, in KwaZulu-Natal, we're also faced with another challenge of the murder of Amakosi and Izinduna. The crime statistics revealed by Minister Taylor in August 2022 show that no less than 6,424 people were murdered in the 3-month period. In the first quarter of 2022-2023, this is an increase of 664 people murdered when you compare to the previous year. We know through the statistics where the murders are taking place. These must be treated as hotspots, and our effort to reduce murder rates, including the murder of councillors. Areas such as Umlazi, Pesislayer, Inanda are some of the concerning areas within the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Many of murders occur because of easy access or availability of guns. And we know that more needs to be done to prevent illegal firearms and their proliferations from the private security industry. There is a need for a tighter regulation on gun control in our country. SALGA has made a number of progressive suggestions, such as providing security for councillors. This is one suggestion that needs to be explored as possible short-term measure for councillors whose lives are facing the real threat of being murdered. Such a threat analysis will ensure that we are able to provide support to these councillors, and therefore police must be able to do a threat analysis with speed. Honorable Speaker, The provision of security by the state, while desirable, may also not be the ideal or permanent solution. We can already anticipate legitimate grievances from the communities, but also from other sectors, as I have mentioned, that even our traditional leaders are now living in danger.
As you
At the same
conclude,
time,
Honorable
we
Member,
must focus.
as you conclude,
At the same time, we must focus on the program aimed at moral regeneration, promoting positive social values and building social cohesion in the society as a whole. We must value the livelihood of all people. Once again, we say, Comrade Krisani Aulalanga, and your struggle continues. To honor your legacy and all our public representatives who have passed on, we will deliver a more just and humane South Africa, which all our representatives, public representatives, dedicated their life for. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
thank you very much, Honorable Zigalala. Next will be Honorable CF Beyer-Smith. You may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Can you hear me clearly?
There is a bit of a disturbance, but you are audible. You may continue.
Thank
Honorable
you, Chair.
Smith.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow South Africans, good day. Chair?
Yes.
Chair, can you hear me?
We hear
Chairperson, can
you.
you hear me?
We hear
Okay.
you.
Honorable Chair, painful, sad, angry, worried, and tragedy are some of the emotions that comes up when I started thinking about this debate. Chair, we cannot debate this matter without acknowledging the bravery of these slate public representatives and activists who stood up against the evil of blatant corruption at local government level. We must also acknowledge the sense of loss, pain, and scars left behind for the children, wives, brothers, sisters, mothers, and fathers of these slain heroes of our democracy. I personally had a discussion with the son of Charles Magidi, who now had to grow up with a father figure, a brave young man, polite, generous, and decent. My heart breaks for him. Worst of all is that he told me that his father's murderer's son was his closest friend at school, and they even had the audacity to attend the funeral and shared their grief. Cruel and disgusting, all that for the greed of money. Mogalakwena local municipality is now famous for all the wrong reasons, which include multiple political assassinations. The list of victims starts with Leka Lekalakala, who were commemorated by his murderers to silence his family by naming the council chambers after him and giving the family money and positions. Pete Pale, whom I personally knew and closely worked with when I was a councillor to fight corruption. I visited his family just after his assassination to show respect, to find his scars sprayed with a rain of bullets. Charles Magidi, as mentioned above, Falten Kekana and Ralph Ganyana, who were the impact chairperson and activists who were busy with investigations into corruption and fraud, shot dead in Kekana's car in broad daylight. The murderers even arranged for the electricity to be switched off in the area so that the CCTV cameras can't capture the assassination as it happened. Again, I met Falten on the Monday afternoon, just before I had to fly to Cape Town for a week in Parliament. He informed me that he is almost done with his report and will provide me with a copy and evidence by the end of the week when I returned. Wednesday, he was dead. And now recently, a well-known lawyer and ex-MP, Skalk Pienaar, was gunned down in his garage as he arrived home believed to be busy with a SIU investigation into corruption and fraud. I myself was also on a hit list not so long ago, apparently number 3 to be exact, with number 2, Piet Pale, killed. I got death threats all the time and twice had my car's front wheel bolts loosened to an extent that the wheels wobbled. At God's grace, the wheels never came off. So, Chair, the situation is real for all of us who fight to keep our democracy alive and fight with all we have in us to defeat these criminals of greed. The police can't protect you because in many instances, these guys have infiltrated the police or use their influence and power to kill any investigations. Doctors disappear, deliberate mistakes are made with investigations so that cases can be thrown out due to lack of evidence or technicalities. All witnesses are threatened and then do U-turns. All of this can only be laid at the feet of the ANC with their government, who had become one big mafia operation. Let me qualify the statement, Chair. You see, it starts with cadre deployment so that you have connections to pull the necessary strings in any organization or structure. Then there's this culture of making sure before you are let into the looting system and its structure, you should also first have some dirt or smaller nyala skeletons, like as the Honorable Batlebile Lamini called it before, so that they have leverage on each other. So it is a situation of you don't hurt me, I don't hurt you, so we still together here. The ANC is rotten to the core and it will not change. The only change that can come is a new government that puts the people first and have the will, structure and system in place to avoid the situation. And what better example than a DA government, as the proof is in Western Cape, city of Cape Town, Umgeni in the KZN, Kouga in the Eastern Cape, and currently we are showing the people of Lepelale in Limpopo what is possible if you vote DA with our Mayor Nico Pienaar. At the end, the future is in your hands, South Africa. You can vote in a DA-led government in 2024. Let's do this. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Smith. Next will be Honorable Lerule Mamakanya. That will be continuing the debate. Honorable Mamakanye. It seems as if the honorable member is experiencing challenges. We will continue and we will call on Honorable SF de Toey.
Agbare voorsitter, politieke mag gee toegang tot geld, besluitneming en tenders met die burgery wat in alle geval moet opdok en politici wat soms met hul lewens betaal. In September this year, President Ramaphosa announced that up to 300 councillors were killed in South Africa in the recent past. According to him, the cause of the killings varies, but he focused his address on service delivery protest action in municipalities. Mayors of municipalities were urged to ensure free basic services are provided to the most vulnerable. Some may say that he played to the theatre. In 2013, it was reported that there had been more than 450 political assassinations in KZN since the end of 1994. In August 2016, it was reported that there had been at least 20 political assassinations in the run-up to the local government elections in KZN. The Sowetan reported that 54 councillors and municipal officials were killed since the 2021 polls. The report indicated that gangsters related to building projects as well as extortion of families of councillors that were held up in their homes. Political assassinations have often been ascribed to battles around patronage within the ruling African National Congress. In 2013, the political analyst Aubrey Matsinki, his view was that, open quote, since 1994, the access to political power is no longer an end in itself. but has become the means towards an achievement of other ends, particularly narrow economic gain. If you look at the violence in the run-up to the provincial elections or local elections, there are basically two drivers: the battle for political power and the battle for money. And the two are interlinked. If you win the battle for political power, you have access to money, close quote. He went further to say, open quote, the main access point to wealth in these areas is the state, through the ANC. If you win political battles in the ANC, you can then enter the ranks of the middle class because the ANC is so dominant as the governing party, and the state is the main platform of the middle class formation in those provinces. Close quote. Voorsitter, ek dink ons is dit eens dat niemand politieke moorde, wel enige moorde goedkeur. Die hartseer realiteit is dat dit wil voorkom of die wraaksug en honger na mag en mammon die oorhand in die ANC en soortgelyke politieke partye gekry het. In 2016, Minister Gwedi Mantashe said, open quote, the reality is that a selection of candidates for council is always a life and death issue, close quote. The words of Tabiso Zulu, the ANC whistleblower that had spoken out on corruption in the party, is shocking, open quote. If you understand the Cosa Nostra, you don't only kill the person, but you also send out a strong message. We broke the rule of Ometra, he added, close quote, saying that the ruling party of Nelson Mandela had become like the mafia. He's fearing for his life and is now in hiding. Hoe ironies is dit, voorsitter, dat die president van 'n politieke party waar korrupsie, afpersing en kaderontplooiing, faksionalisme en politieke moorde aan die orde van die dag is, 'n spesiale interministeriële komitee op die been bring om politieke moorde in sy eie party te ondersoek. 'n Spesiale taakspan wat deur die burgery se hardverdiende belastinggeld gefinansier moet word, spesialiste, misdaadintelligensie, speurders, die valke en ander gespesialiseerde eenhede soos forensiese afdelings word hier betrek. Spesialistpersoneel wat spesiaal aandag gee aan politieke moorde, en dit terwyl sowat 68 burgers per dag in hierdie land vermoor word, sonder dat daar spesiale aandag geskenk word om hulle moordenaars op te spoor. Mr. Ramaphosa defended the VIP protection availed to the top politicians, ministers and premiers and mayors that mainly belong to the ruling party, bodyguards that cost South Africa about 2 billion rand a year, while normal South Africans have to fend for themselves. Skaam julle. Magsvergrype en gierigheid het die oorhand gekry. Die morele kompas is flenters, voorsitter. Honorable Zikalala, stricter gun control will not stop the killings. Illegal guns are used. Moontlik MK-wapens. Sommige Suid-Afrikaners kan na politieke moorde en die oorsake, hantering en die voorkoming daarvan kyk en sê dat belastingbetalers geld gebruik word om hierdie sleutelfigure te beskerm. Wou die faksies gedreig en ondersoek en gewysig word onder die vaandel van misdaad en selektiewe wetstoepassing. Dit is tyd dat die ANC ophou om die oorsaak en die blaam van politieke moorde op die burgery te plaas. Net soos in Julie 2021 onrus, voorsitter, was die burgers nie die aggregators van die onrus nie. Hulle was daarbey ingesluit. Neem verantwoordelikheid en wis die kanker van moordlus en gierigheid en die politieke mag in die eie geleedere uit, meneer Ramaphosa. Die wetsgehoorsame landsburgers is nie te blameer vir hierdie moorde nie. U kaders is. Dankie, voorsitter.
Dankie, SF de Toy. The next will be Honorable Councillor Bheki Stofile from Sapga.
Thank you very much, Chair of the sessions. Greetings to the Chair of the NCOP, the Deputy Chair, the Chief Whip, the House Chairs, the Minister and the Deputy Minister and MECs that are present in this platform. And once again, thank you very much for having us, and then really thank the leadership of the NCOP for creating this space of discussions. And then it confirms that the House is the House that accommodate all three spheres of government to drive cooperations and cooperative governance. And indeed, the cooperative governance is in action by having a moment to reflect and debate on challenges that are faced by local government in today's life. And really, we really appreciate that as the South African Local Government Association. It's a pity though, because I thought this sitting will be physical, because I've directed the acting CEO to invite the affected families to be part of this discussion and listen to the parliament that they've elected in various cycles of elections in dealing with the pain and difficulties that they're facing since they've lost their loved ones in the recent past. And our concern and really discussion on this point is about really looking into the past and mirror the past into the current, and then with an intention to build the future that is going to be brighter and promising to the local government practitioners and generally into the communities. It is a common knowledge that over a period of time, over 300 plus councillors have been killed. Since November this time, up until to date, it's over 54 councillors that have been killed, and municipal managers and officials that have been threatened, and including chiefs and kings of our country that have been already threatened and be killed one way or another. And this then says, looking into Merwana Commission, which there were reasons for it to be established, and really thank the government of KwaZulu-Natal to spend significant time in looking into the problems in KZN. And part of the recommendation, it then says we need to train, develop, and engage and politically engage and select individuals of capacity. Let's talk today. Today, you are only 9 to 12 months since elections, and you have gone through processes of elections as various political parties contesting elections, and you have identified candidates and councillors, and in our belief, we have identified what you believe is a suitable, qualified individuals to perform the task at hand. And then the question is, why will then, between the November 2021 to date, 54 councillors and municipal officials have been named? What else should then be done? Is it maybe because of the level in which local government is viewed in the public eyes by many, including those that are in leadership? Is not then about time that those that claim to be in leadership, part of looking into the challenges that local government is facing is to look on the positive. Coupled that with the recent past decision of the National Executive Committee of SALGA, that going into the future in this term, it is important to professionalize local government. How possible will we be able to professionalize local government when a city manager of Buffalo City was hailed over 9 to 11 bullets, a city manager that's supposed to render service in communities? And this to us, it then says, there is a different way that we need to look at. One of the ways that we need to look at is the time that is taken when case studies that we have conducted as SALGA over these years, it proved to us that many of these individuals that have been killed have reported the case in numerous occasions in the police. And I'm not surprised in the motion presented earlier on, that was presented by, I think, Honorable from the ANC, about the 2 police that have been arrested on their contribution on killing of councillors or municipal councillors. And therefore, it then says, that is why then give an explanation why when a matter has been reported to police, it takes ages for it to be dealt with. I'm saying this underscoring the Deputy Chair to thank the Minister Dlamini and the Minister Kele and the department for swift response on the adoption and the capturing of a municipal manager in Mpumalanga in the recent past. We need to appreciate that effort, and ukuhamba kwabo bathathe igxathu lokubonisa ukuthi bangurhulumente ukukhusela abantu nabantu abahluphekileyo abangenanto, injongo zabo ukukhusela imali nentsebenzo zoburhulumente basekhaya. We need to appreciate that. As an association, we are not really ashamed to appreciate the good work done and led by the Minister Nkosazana and Minister Kele. What we are then calling as the SALGA is that it is important and is doable that when a case is reported, time lag to investigate and determine the possibility and prospects of such claim to be done, it can be expeditiously handled in such cases, including the issues pertaining to matters of cases that have been brought and have not been concluded. It is matter that it can be dealt with and address them. The other issue that we wish to bring it, I know many people, they believe that Minister Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma in the input that she made went to economic issues. Here's the trick, is that the local government, and fortunately most of you probably have been councillors for some time, local government is a center of service delivery and where all national and provincial plans fund expression in local government, and therefore it requires support. And Minister Nkosazana Dlamini, where we agree on what she has been made, is that can't we look differently as lawmakers? Why do we create a tenderpreneur beneficiaries in the process that in their intention is not to render service, but to entertain the municipal practitioners to pay for service that have not been rendered? It's not about time to review and relook into that. And I think Minister Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma, where I also agree with, is that it is important that as we focus in the general problems that are faced by local government, also local government is faced by the deteriorating economic and collapse of the economic situation in the world, and thereby have a negative impact into local government. And therefore, in part of the intervention, of course, it's not everybody that can be employed in the local space, but it can, local space, facilitate the processes in which it creates opportunities for other individuals to perform their duties. Now, the other issue that we wish to bring to this house is that part of dealing with the service delivery and part of making sure that local government, it does function to the best of their ability and supported by the NCOP and various spheres of government in making sure that the local government practitioners do perform their duties. Two last issues, Chair, is that the families, they are looking to us as government. And the families, they are not looking at us to blame one another. They are looking at parliamentarians that have elected, that parliamentarians will then emerge out of these debates with solution to challenges that they are facing. Part of the challenges is to increase security provision to municipal practitioners so that they are protected in doing what they're supposed to do. I'm talking about individuals that have been committed themselves in this recent term of office that are committed to deal with matters that affect our communities, including the matters in improving on the SASRIA, so that the councillors, as we know, as I've said in KZN, our obituary is written, is weighted only for a day that tomorrow is no more, because the environment and the situation in which we are operating as local government practitioners in the local state is so appalling and it is dangerous, and therefore we won't achieve our objective of professionalization of local government because it will be the center of death and there will be no one who will come to local government. And therefore, I agree with the view that says, if we don't deal with this matter, it is a threat to democracy, it is a threat to choice of people, and therefore there will be no one who will have aspired to come to local government except those that have a heart of steel. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor Stofile. Next will be Honorable Vusi Shongwe of Mpumalanga, MEC Safety. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, Honorable N. Lucas, and all presiding officers of the NCOP, as well as the members of executive who are part of this debate, and also to recognize the
ministers who are part and deputy ministers, and everyone who is part of this debate. I want to greet you through you, Deputy Chairperson. I want us to engage with this topic that have been put by the NCOP to talk about. We must look at the history, of our country, where we are coming from. We are coming from the history of this country under apartheid government, which have ruled this country for over 300 years. And violence was the order of the day. And we must remind ourselves that that also included culture, political killings, the issue of flag plus that all of you are aware of, the killing of our former comrades who are fighting for the freedom of this country. You will remember in your way to Swaziland in Peter Tief, today we are talking of the late Krizani, and it has opened wounds in our people. That is also contributing, to the situation of this country and the killings, politically and otherwise. And I think it is very much important that as a country, when we talk of killings, whether the killings of councillors and the killings of any person in any category, it's a killing of a human being. And we must teach our different societies, all of us, from where we are coming from, in order for us to be a country. It starts with me as Mr. Shongwe, with my family, and how I grew up my family, how I make my children and kids to be responsible. And some of the families of this country were quite aware what they speak to their growing of their kids. It's only venom, what they are teaching to their growing kids. So it is important that as we are talking about this particular topic, let's look at ourselves as a mirror. What is it that you are producing? Go back to your own home, in your own house. Check what you're teaching your children, your family, your friends, your neighbors, and everyone else who's around you. So some of political killings in our country continue to be linked to inter-party conflicts that have started at a particular time. However, political killings since the end of apartheid are mostly linked to local political rivals in connection with criminal networks. Notable in some of them are in taxi industry. Some are influenced by drugs that are coming and are foreign in our country. There are a lot of elements that are contributing in these killings. What we need to do is not to blame the system of the government of the day, is to make sure that whatever that we do, we take irresponsibility, we become human beings, not animals. Every time what we say and what we do, uma size la endlini yesishayamthetho se-NCOP, si display arrogance that some members are displaying. Sikhipha poison from emlonyeni wethu. It's what the nation of this country is looking. Most of the people are watching 408 now. They are listening to us fighting amongst ourselves in a very irresponsible way. That is contributing to violence. So kubalulekile ukuthi uma size lana sizodebate ukubulawa kwamakhansela, sihlukane nokuthi siblame i-African National Congress, siblame i-IFP, sithi zibhamu ngeze ANC, izibhamu ngeze IFP. Sesikhohliwe yini ukuthi kwakunezibhamu ze-apartheid, ezinye zakhona they are not accounted for up to now, and we don't know what is it happening. We have received through its department ministry and all security agencies in the country, some communities babeke izibhamu emakhaya preparing for war in this country. What do you expect? What do you expect? If you will find a particular community training kids to prepare themselves for war, war against who? As South Africans. Bese siyabuya la sizokuthi uyani walose akatholi parole because the constitution and the laws of this country are allowing him to get that parole. It's very much important that when we debate and we talk of violence, we look randomly where is this violence coming from. Violence did not come with the African National Congress, and it did not come with the IFP. Some of you who are trying to be smart and nice and to be gently in this debate, we might find that you are contributing immensely in this violence in this country. It's very much important in accounting for the phenomenon of the political killings in South Africa. Political offices may come to be seen as the primary vehicle to acquiring financial assets and security. Political office is perceived as a source of broader leverage. One may be able to use one influence to help members of one's family to secure jobs or houses. Political favors of this kind may be used more generally as a means of establishing relationship of patronage. And that does not only happen with the African National Congress only, or the IFP only. It happens with some of these political parties that are here debating today, trying to be innocent people in this debate. It's very much important, Deputy Chairperson, as we debate here, we look at the history where we're coming from. We look at what we are contributing in this violence. Abantu, one of our councillor, Mkondo, was killed recently. Was the security agencies in Mpumalanga ayasebenza tirelessly to look for those killers. And I can assure the House today here that Amapoyisa under Lieutenant General Manamela, they are very close to break that particular case. We are working in Mpumalanga in making sure that we are fighting any person who is inflicting violence against other people, whether it's white, black, pink, or green. Tourists from Germany, we've arrested one. Recently, we've arrested another 3 from a Bad Plus. So as Mpumalanga, we don't want to tolerate any violence from any form and from any political party. And I don't want us to, when we debate here, to level a blame against the government of the day, because we are coming from a worse government than the government of the day. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shongwe. We are continuing with the debate, and we will now call on Honorable Hadebe. We will call on Honorable Hadebe. Order, please. We will call on Honorable Hadebe to continue with the debate, please.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Political violence has no place in a democratic society which values human rights and above all the right to life. In the past few years, there has been an upward trend of political killings with the assassinations of councillors and those standing for public office. It is alarming that since the last local government elections, 48 councillors have been killed. This shows the crisis that we are in.
The SAPS needs to do more to solve the matters of councillors. Action is needed and communities need closure and a renewed sense of security. The lack of action by the SAPS aids a culture of impunity and normalized criminal behavior. We cannot put a price on human life, especially with the rising phenomenon of so-called protection fees and bounties being placed on the heads of councillors. More than 300 councillors have been killed to date. Surely this requires the SAPS to assemble a task team to speed up investigation efforts as cases are building up with very few being resolved. It is worrying that municipal by-elections are being called much more often as a result of the killing of municipal councillors. SALCA has highlighted that there is a visible link between political killings and corruption, with the targeting of councillors often to enrich the persons ordering the assassination, as to gain access to municipal funds and resources and influence the tender process. Politically motivated violence is one of the leading threats to electoral democracies, particularly to emerging democracies such as ours, which is still considered relatively young. It is not unexpected that many African states face high risk of electoral violence due to poor socio-economic conditions that create competition for controlling economic resources. This is more so in South Africa with a large unemployed population. Just recently, on the 19th of September, Induna Yesilo Dr. Khumalo was assassinated in KZN, yet the investigation has been moving at a glacial pace. The act of this assassination speaks to criminals being emboldened to act with impunity and teaches others that they can, in the literal sense, commit murder and get away with it. As the IFP, we are extremely concerned about the brutal killings of Izinduna, Amakosi, and councillors, especially in the province of KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. The state of lawlessness that exists in these provinces and the country at large can no longer be tolerated. I would like to close with this quote from the founder of the IFP and long-standing member of parliament, His Excellency Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, who said when he addressed IFP councillors on 12 July 2012 in Pinetown, when you choose to represent a political party, you are not taking a job. It is not a 9-to-5 position with a salary that you can live when a better offer comes along. It is a vocation that must become part of your identity. When you walk through your community, you are not getting from point A to point B. You are looking for opportunities to serve and uplift. When you speak to people, it's not to catch up on the latest gossip, but to hear their needs and find ways to meet them. Being a leader means living intentionally, knowing that your words, actions, behavior, and attitude are constantly being watched and evaluated. We need a strong, decisive leadership to deal with this crisis. Otherwise, our democracy may not survive. Lastly, for the record, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Mayor of Msinga was charged with failure to lock away the firearm in a prescribed safe, as well as handing over a firearm to a person who is not permitted to be in possession of a firearm. And lastly, the statement that firearms that are involved in political killings in some parts of this country belong to the IFP and the ANC is reckless and thoughtless. And I call upon the Honorable Thuli to desist from speaking in riddles. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Hadebe. We will continue, and we will now call on the Honorable Nana to continue with the debate.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson and honorable members. Today's topic under discussion is probably one that cuts across the ideological and political divide. And it should compel us to speak in unison. And it is so right that speaker after speaker has condemned and called for action against these senseless killings of public representatives. In my opinion, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, it should have been more befitting if the scope of this debate was extended
to also cover the killings of civil servants in the course of duty. In this regard, I recall a whistleblower, Jeff Giant Budaza from Makanda municipality, who was killed a few months ago. Often after they have risked their careers to expose corruption, they end up paying with their lives. Despite the prevalence of killing of councillors in 1 or 2 provinces, the Eastern Cape has not been spared either. On the 16th of September 2022, an independent ward councillor, Fundisile Khanai from Ingmuza Hill municipality, and his 18-year-old son, Siolise, were killed at their home in Lusikisik. And Honorable Lobisha has spoken on this matter. But what is even more sad, honorable members, Councillor Khanai's 8-year-old daughter witnessed the murder of her father and older brother by 2 gunmen, but she miraculously survived the horrific attack. This young girl has not only been robbed of a father, a provider, a breadwinner, a protector, she now has got to live with the images of that fateful night for the rest of her life, with a bleak future being a realistic prospect for her. 2 more independent ward councillors, as Honorable Lobisha has mentioned, from the same municipality, survived separate attacks and are now living in undisclosed locations in fear of their lives. It is clear to me that these attacks on only independent ward councillors were carried out to undermine the democratic will of the people of Ingmuza Hill and force by-elections. Nelson Mandela is no stranger to assassinations. Members of this House will recall the deadly spate in which 16 people were killed in a space of 4 months over a 21 million rand drain cleaning project. In February and May this year, Councillors Mzwandile Boy and Andile Andres, both from Nelson Mandela Bay, were killed in separate incidents, but both these incidences were closer to an ANC elective conference. 24 hours before Councillor Boy's murder, a former councillor, Mazumini, was shot and wounded. Honorable members, as you will know, every habit has its roots somewhere. The spate of killings of councillors in Nelson Mandela Bay was preceded by numerous threats and intimidation of DA councillors. In Nelson Mandela Bay, it has become a practice that before council meetings, DA councillors, particularly from Motherwell, should be moved to places of safety, fearing kidnapping, so for them not to attend council meetings. Despite being reported to the police, very little has been done. Honorable members, is it not ironic the ANC in this House introduced this debate, whilst in fact the use of intimidation as a tactic to ward off competition can be traced directly to the governing party. A House of Siamtemba Dlezane, a DA candidate for tomorrow's by-election in Ward 38 in Inyanga in the city of Cape Town, was recently stoned by people wearing ANC t-shirts in an attempt to intimidate the candidate. He is now in hiding, fearing for his life. This is not a South African problem, Honorable Strongwe. This is not a South African problem, Minister Dlamini Zuma. It is an ANC problem. With the electoral support and rejection of the governing party and the 2024 general elections on the horizon, there exists a real prospect of these acts getting intensified. The killing of councillors does not only take away a family member, but also a provider, and therefore dependence of the councillor who would die in active service. I want to suggest that SALGA should investigate possible avenues to provide for these children until the age of majority or finish a junior degree or an equivalent qualification at the most. Secondly, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, members of the South African National Defence Force and members of the South African Police Force who die in the line of duty are given fitting send-offs and honored in various ways. I would like to propose that COGTA and SALGA should investigate a such standard that will serve as a guide when the unfortunate happens to a councillor. Honorable Shongwe, you have no moral authority to lecture us about how we should conduct ourselves in a debate. We are not serving as members of parliament under your own free will. We were elected by our constituencies. So stick to the script, finish and clear. Thank you, bye-bye.
Where are you going? Where are you going if you say
Thank you very
bye-bye to
much.
us?
Thank you
Where are
very
you going
much.
if you say
Thank you
goodbye to
very
us?
much.
So we are moving on with the debate, and we will now call on the Deputy Minister of Police, the Honorable Matala, to continue with the debates. Honorable Castle Matala.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson of the session. The Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, the Deputy Chair, Honorable Lucas, who's chairing the session, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Tate Muhai, Ministers and Deputy Ministers present here, members of the NCOP, MECs present, and representatives of provinces that are here, a representative of SALGA, represented by Councillor Stofile, the leadership of the South African Police Service, government officials, ladies and gentlemen. During the SALGA Council of Mayors conference held in September this year, President Ramaphosa rang the alarm on the concerning rise of the killing of ward councillors. He said, I quote, "We have been a deeply disturbing trend of attacks. We have seen a deeply disturbing trend of attacks on councillors and municipal administrators. I'm told that more than 300 councillors have been killed in the past few years by virtue of being councillors," close quote. While this statement from our president made many quarters of society sit up and take notice of this growing and worrying trend, the president's words rightfully shone the spotlight on the ruthless and heartless killing of ward councillors and other municipal administrators. Honorable members, it will and must never be that the ruthless killing of anyone for merely holding a certain position in government or in the private sector is accepted or tolerated. To this effect, the South African Police Service has put in place several mechanisms to ensure the safety of councillors through prevention methods, which include the utilization of informers for identification of criminal groups and the operationalization and utilization of all crime intelligence information. These are some of the tools that have been proven useful for the police service in its investigation and prevention work. Police have also been able to conduct stop and search operations and recovered firearms and arrested suspects before the commission of such crimes. It is through the eyes of dedicated police work investigating these types of killings that some trends and patterns and motives have been identified. We are wiser to the fact that councillors and even candidate councillors are eliminated for positions. These killings are associated with inter or intra-political party activities. Some of the murders are linked to disputes within municipalities over community development projects and tenders. These community development projects or tenders are not linked to the term of office for the political party. So when there is a change in political structures, there is often resistance, which leads to disputes. The KwaZulu-Natal province remains the epicenter of political killings, including the elimination of councillors and political opponents. Honorable members, alive to the theme of this debate at this August House, the South African Police Service continues to wage a concerted battle against the killing of councillors.
The escalation of political related incidents in KwaZulu-Natal in 2018 led to a decision by President Ramaphosa in establishing an interministerial committee consisting of ministers of state security, defense, justice, and correctional services, as well as the Minister of Police, who also chairs the interministerial committee. I hear members here calling for establishment of committees, and I say to myself, where do they stay? Because this has been done in 2018 by President Ramaphosa when he came into office. The fundamental mandate of the AMC is to implement urgent and coordinated interventions in ensuring that the perpetrators of politically related crimes are brought to book. It is against this background that the committee convened its first meeting on the 21st of May 2018, Chairperson. In July of the same year, an integrated multidisciplinary task team consisting of the police, NPA, supported by State Security Agency and Correctional Services, Premier and MEC for Community Safety, and liaison was established in 2018, not today as we are debating this matter. The task team has to date allocated and currently investigated 302 dockets in line with the approved criteria, in which 329 arrests have been made. People have been arrested who have been engaged in these activities. This team has a 57% detection rate, 43% court rate, and 85% conviction rate. We are clearly at work dealing with criminality because those who are engaged in these activities are nothing else but criminals. It is clear that the KZN political task team operates without fear, favor, or hesitation. I've had one honorable member here from the Alliance, Democratic Alliance, who is saying that police are working with those who kill councillors, citing an example of Mogalakwena where Councillor Faltain and others were murdered. There are people who are, as we speak, debating this matter today here, who are in court arrested by the South African Police Services, the DPCI that is leading those processes. So it's a lie that police collaborate with killers. Those who are going through court now and those who have been convicted, they did not voluntarily go there and hand themselves. They were arrested by the sterling work that the South African police, the interministerial team of ministers, including the task team that is comprised of SAP, Security Agency, and the NPA is hard at work in this regard. While the team remains fully fledged in the KZN, plans are afoot to have similar teams in other provinces where we have seen similar killings, such as Gauteng, Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, and Limpopo provinces. Limpopo province registered 5 cases of murder of councillors, and 17 people have been arrested for their respective roles in the killings and are answering to the courts on charges ranging from murder, attempted murder, conspiracy to murder, and unlawful possessions of firearms and ammunition. In the Western Cape, police are still investigating the murder of a female councillor in Nyanga who was gunned down in July 2021, while Eastern Cape police have arrested 7 suspects for the murder of 5 councillors since 2018 to date. Mpumalanga police are investigating 7 such murder cases, and so far 16 people have been arrested since 2018. And I just want to confirm what Honorable MEC from Mpumalanga has just said here in terms of the work that they are doing. Yes, indeed, work is being done. Gauteng province saw 7 cases with only 2 arrests. We all can agree, honorable members, that Gauteng province will have to strengthen their efforts in this regard. Whether it is pockets of political intolerance that is demonstrated by some political role players, or insecurity, battle for power and resources, or simple greed. It is clear this is criminality and it must be treated as such. For us as law enforcement, it doesn't matter what the motives are. This is intolerance and continuous efforts to undermine the rule of law, and we have and continue to act on the criminal elements and arrest those who plot the killings and those who pull the trigger. As I conclude, I wish to remind this August House that the successes of the task team in KwaZulu-Natal and overall substance investigation should inspire us as members of parliament, but as South Africans as a whole, that such cowardice crimes are not going to go unpunished. Furthermore, regardless of political affiliation, law enforcement continue to do its work without fear or favor. Of course, we appreciate the role that communities are playing in ensuring that they collaborate and assist the police in identifying some of the perpetrators, because it is through the collaboration with communities that will be able to succeed in this fight. The political task team continues to make inroads in the efforts of arresting those who use violence to settle political scores. The arrest of hitmen and removal of firearms in the wrong hands is encouraging. Working without fear or favor, the task team in KZN has also not neglected to uproot individual elements within the South African Police Service who are involved in such killings. To date, a total of over 40 police officers have been arrested for their involvement in the killing of councillors and other political players. We continue to encourage political tolerance by individuals and parties, whether before, during, and after the election period and beyond. Lastly, a call is also made to all of us politicians and the political parties we serve to strengthen mechanisms to diffuse inter and or intra-party tensions and instability that often escalates and lead to political attacks and killings. Thank you, Chairperson, for allowing us to participate in this important debate that our country is faced with. The challenges before us, we have a capable leadership led by the President. We are ready to tackle whatever challenge is there head on, and we are certain that we shall overcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister Matale. Before we come to Honorable Mtetwa, I just want to hear from Honorable Lerule Ramakanya. You were on the speakers list. You were not available at that stage. Are you still prepared to participate in the debate? Honorable Lerule.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Yes, I think I should be able to share the thoughts of the province.
Thank you. Then you may continue. Honorable Tetwa, you will still be the last one before the minister will respond. Honorable Lerule Ramakanya, it's you now.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Let me also greet all the honorable members in the platform, the chairperson of the NCOP, and equally, let me also appreciate the debate. I've been listening to the debate, but for the Limpopo province, Honorable Deputy Chair, I can confirm that we do not have a lot of many cases that we have seen councillors being targets, but at the same time, we have got what at our security level, we can then classify as high profile cases. These are classified as high profile cases, Honorable Chair, because when we look at the nature of the cases is when there is intimidation to individual members that are leaders in the municipalities, both political and official, administratively, but also this is caused mainly one, the Limpopo province is also one province that is attached to two borders and also a lot of farms, where now you'll then be able to see that there can be people that have got access to guns that cannot be accounted for. The second issue, we are still a province where many people have got licenses that they own guns, and you can never be able to know how often are they stolen, but we always keep a record at our police stations if they are guns that are stolen, so that then they can be traced and they are not used illegally. But equally, we see this when there are high tensions in community, mostly when new political parties, like in the case of Mogalakwena, before the killings of councillors, even though people might want to say the community was up in arms, when new political parties want to establish themselves, we see high tensions, which then threatens the people that are sitting in power, because then the new people that wants to come into the space will be threatening them, so that then they can also make way. So we have got high profile cases which currently we are dealing with, where it is a scam of targeted members who are targeted by people that will make calls, or when they've hijacked them, use their phones to be able to threaten the others. Otherwise, Honorable Deputy Chair, in the province, like the Deputy Minister indicated, we do have programs that we run. One, the stop and search that we do early in the mornings, and also randomly when there are people that have been identified, they are then followed up and then they are able to be arrested. Secondly, joint operation by all security forces, but we should also note that in Limpopo, we also have structures that are under farm watch that are also part of the security forces that uses and also assist us in tracing some of the guns when we are in these stop and searches. And I think that will be my contribution in terms of the programs that we are doing as a province. Thank you for your indulgence. When I was being called, I was not yet in, but you gave us the opportunity as a province. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We will continue, and we will now call on the Honorable Mtetwa to continue with the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Greetings to everybody in the platform today. May I start, Deputy Chair, that I've tried to go to another area where there's a little bit of a network. You might hear the sound at my back. It's because I was trying to connect after I've disconnected with file. Chairperson, the killing of councillor is a serious concern for all of us. These killings are threatening to our hard-earning democracy and disrupt the primary responsibility of councillors, which is to provide basic service to our people at a local government level. Chairperson, in this regard, I was listening to the president of SALCA, Stofile, when he put his input today. He said, one of the things that I will quote, he said, the attack threatened the credibility of our democracy, posed the danger where society in general might develop intolerance, which is inimical to our democracy, and rolled our constitutional imperative insofar as it is neither reflect the character of our society or the will of the people, and it negated the impact of the credibility of local government as a potential area of opportunity for qualified and complete public representative and prospective employees. I close the quote. Indeed, Chairperson, we agreed with the observation by the president of SALCA, Stofile, that this killing undermines our statehood and create mistrust between the people and their government. Councillors are not just in political battle by men, they are also by men and women who have families, chair, who have friends and relatives. The councillors are our patriot that is dedicated their life and energy to serve the people of this country. It is worth noting, Chair, that these killings of councillors target councillors across the political divide. I agree with what the minister have said earlier on, and Matale that this is a South African problem. Those that cannot see it, I don't know which land they are living in. In this regard, the daily newspapers said 168 reported by the 12th of September 2022. At least 10 councillors have been murdered by then. These include 2 IFP councillors, 6 ANC councillors, on independent candidate and EFF councillors, according to the report. I wonder those that are saying these are killing of the ANC, where are they getting this? It means that are they saying IFP is killing each other or ANC is killing each other? So why are they not going to the police station? Comrade Begitel has been every now and then asking people to come and report if they got such evidence, not just to come and present it here. It is worth reiterate further that the president of SALCA also said that the killing of councillors and municipality officials is not just a local government matter that can simply be resolved single-handed. There is a need to marshal society in this entire to go back to its basics, where there will be respect for human life and democracy. Killing of councillors takes place in the backdrop of a violent society where human life is no longer valued. I close quote. The point raised here, Chair, are of a significance for this debate, and we should act on this observation if we are to deal with the challenge of killing of councillors. One of the key factors highlighted that it contributes to the killing of councillors is the whole issue of the inherited culture of violence in our society, Chair. We welcome from the history of lawlessness and anarchy in our country. The violent system of apartheid has entrenched a dangerous habit of resolving socio-economical challenge through violence means. The logic of murder, assassination, and kidnapping of political opponents has been part of the apartheid regime DNA. We are reminded, Chair, of the words of former President Thabo Mbeki on the occasion of the inauguration of the President of the Republic in 2004, where he reflected on the brutality of the apartheid regime and said, I quote, for too long, our country contained within it represented much that is ugly and repulsive in human society. It was a place in which those who cried out for freedom were promised and rewarded with the gift of cold and silent grave. To rebel for the liberty was to invite torture, prison, punishment, exile, and death. It was a place in which those who were enraged knew that to kill those who are promising freedom for all was to right the world of Antichrist. To achieve their purpose that they considered holy, they did not think it's wrong to murder children or to accumulate weapons of mass destruction with a likely help from their friends. I close quote. As a democratic government, Chair, we are at the receiving end of this barbaric act of the criminal regime of apartheid. It will take time for us to remove this act of violence from the future of our people. But we shall not give up, Chair. We shall do anything, I mean anything and anything in our power, both individually and collectively, to deal with this challenge of killing of our country and killing of our people in general. As we knew, Chair, the diagnosis of a disease begins with the prognosis. We should therefore dig deep into the root cause of the factor that contribute to lead to the killing of councillors. There are a number of questions that requires to be answered if we are to deal with the killing of councillors. Among these questions, Chair, is whether the councillors are killed or targeted for political reason. Meaning, is there any ideological backlash that contributes to killings? Another question is whether the position of councillor in the affairs of the local government expose this councillor to be the target of the killers. In answering this difficult question, Chair, and many others, it will be best for refer to the finding of the Morane, as Honorable Sihle Zigalala talked about it. Commission of Inquiry reported that they investigated the killing of councillor in KwaZulu-Natal, while report focuses on the provincial of KZN. It will, however, shed some light on this phenomena of killing of councillor as he has expanded on it. The report found that the killing involved mainly councillors, Chair, potential councillors and branch leaders of political organizations. This is important as it highlighted that the problem lie within political players, lie with other political players. The report further found that the election into political position of councillor gives one political power, which creates the opportunity for access to resources through tender and other financial avenues, leading to corruption crisis, material and suspicious consumption. Lastly, Chair, the report found that election as a councillor allows for upward mobility in financial and social status. Consequently, the loss of the councillor position led to a corresponding loss of the financial and social status. The report makes no reference, Chair, to ideological differences as contributed factor to the killings, except that we have witnessed ideological tension in our country in the past. So what are the killings about? Looking closer at the factor outlined in the finding of the Morane Commission, it will seem that at the center of this killing of councillor is the socio-economical backlist. It means that being a councillor, it seems as a way of dispensing resources and patronage. It was also highlighted by the other speakers. It seems as a ladder to move up poverty and elevate one's status in the society. Therefore, Chair, we're dealing with the killing of councillor, we should pay particular attention to the socio-economic challenges we are facing as a country. The highlight level of unemployment, poverty, and inequality seems to be the most casual factors contributing to the killing of councillor. The realities, Chair, is that we may not be able to reduce the unemployment rate to the desired level as outlined in the NDP, especially in this current economical condition. Again, Chair, it will take time to have many South Africans to acquire the necessary skill to increase their chances of getting meaningful employment, and so not rely on political network for their breakthrough in terms of career. For now, Chair, when I come closer to my conclusion, we have to strengthen the capacity of the police and the law enforcement agency to deal with crime in general and killing of councillors and other killing in particular. This requires, Chair, the necessary resources for the police and the collaborative effort by all of us in society to assist the police in fighting crime. We need to strengthen, Chair, the whistleblowers program and encourage South Africans to report the crime activities that they are aware of and be provided with the necessary whistleblower support. In closing, Chair, political parties, as recommended in the Morane report, should assist in entrenching the culture of democratic value and respect for the rights of others and respect for the rules of law among their members. Political parties should address support and socio-economical challenge faced by the members in a more transparent manner to avoid this dead competition for position. The last call is for the professionalism of the public service to adhere to the legislative prescribed without fear or favor in transparent manner, especially when dealing with the issue of tenders. So I want to call for the last time, Chair, all those that have presented evidence here, they must phone Honorable Peggy Kele to give that information. Police have been asking for it for many, many years, and members are not coming forward. They decided to come and grandstand in a platform like this. We really condemn those that are grandstanding. I thank you, Chair.
Listen. Order, honorable members. Order.
Thank you, Chair.
We continue. And we are now requesting the Honorable, the Minister, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, to conclude the debate.
Yes.
Very much, Deputy Chair of the NCOP. I would like a painful debate because it is a painful debate to talk about fellow councillors and officials and others who get killed in the line of duty. But it is also clear from the Moirana report that the killings are because of fierce competition to get into the local sphere of government, to have access to the resources, and also this also leads to a network of patronage. That's one area. But also it highlights the fact that it is easy to be a councillor. In terms of being elected to be a councillor, you don't need high level of qualifications, but you need to be popular in your area. And so it's possible with this fierce competition that people will kill in order to get to that position and in order to have access to those resources. And for financial and political mobility. And we really are sorry that this is continuing, and our condolences will always go to the families and friends and colleagues of those who get killed. The police, I think, the Deputy Minister of Police has explained what the police are doing about the killings. And of course, in my input, I was trying to show what at our level, because we are not the police, we are trying to do. But I want to also say to the Honorable Brayton Seth that you cannot divorce violent crime and the economic situation, because, as I said, it's international research that shows that violent crime goes hand in hand with inequality. South Africa is a violent society. The killings of councillors is taking place within the context of a violent society. Yesterday, we were talking at the Men's Parliament about the killings of women. So we can't divorce the two. And so that's why I chose to speak more on how we can change the status quo so that that fierce competition becomes unnecessary. And I knew that the police would be, the colleagues from the police would be talking about the statistics, about what they are doing in terms of the police. And just to show that inequality does really lead to a violent society. I was looking at the 50 most violent cities in the world, and Cape Town is number 11. And the first 10 are mostly Mexican cities. And Cape Town is a very unequal city. We all know that. You don't even need to do statistics or study. You need to just look. And you see the inequality hitting you right in the face. So I think I just thought I should explain that to the honorable member so that he understands that inequality and violence go hand in hand. But I also think it's important for people to report. Communities and honorable members who have any indication of who is about to attack who's about to kill who, and who has killed who, to report the matter to the police. But as political parties, I still insist that we have a responsibility to discuss with our members about democracy, about competition, and that competition is part of democracy. There'll be a loser, there'll be a winner, and there's no need to kill for that. So I think it's important for political parties to do that. It's important for all of us. But I also disagree with the honorable member from, I think it's Honorable Nana from the Eastern Cape DA, who says this is an ANC problem. It's not an ANC problem. It's a South African problem. And the violence, political violence, started long before 94 in this country. 94 came in the midst of political violence. So we have to change that culture. It's a culture that we found. It's not a culture we created. And everything we're doing is to try and change that culture to a culture where people, if they have differences, they solve them amicably. But where there is fierce competition in terms of positions, also trying to instill that process, it does not need anyone to die for that. So it is a South African problem. And also councillors who have died across political parties. They've not died from one political party. But a death of a councillor is one too many. And we should try, by all means, working with the law enforcement authorities, with intelligence. We must strengthen our intelligence as well, so that it can assist in preventing the killings. But otherwise, thank you very much for asking us to participate in this debate. And we hope that when we talk about it again, hopefully we will be talking about a decreasing problem rather than an increasing problem. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dlamini Zuma. Let me thank all of you. Well, it concludes the debate for today.
Yes.
Like the Honorable Minister said, a very emotional debate. because we are speaking about the lives of people lost. We continue, even post-democracy, to have this bloody kind of occurrences. So let us then really thank the Chief Whip for actually allowing us to go into this topic that is very painful, but also need to be addressed so that we should all be at the same level of understanding of what is really happening. I'm thinking about Rocky Malibatsi and others pre-democracy, and we are still seeing the same occurrences here. Let us then thank the Minister, the Deputy Minister, MECs, the President of SALGA, SALGA representatives, and all permanent and special delegates for availing themselves for the debate. I once again want to thank the Whippery for putting this debate on the program, because I think really sometimes it seems as if we don't want to deal with controversial issues, and this is one that we actually dealt with amicably, and really we hope we will be seeing solutions and not only blame, to make sure that this anomaly is being addressed within our communities. With that said, honorable delegates, we are concluding the business of the day and the House stands adjourned. Thank you very much. I'm missing you in Cape Town.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Recording
Thank you,
stopped.
Minister. Thank you.
What's the mechanic?
MECs and
What's the
members. Our Salga President, thanks.
Deputy Chair, it's Malibani,
No.
not Malibeti, Malibani.
Malibani Betsy. Oh, sorry, Kenny.
Yeah,
Kenny,
yes.
Remember himself at the AWB, how they were fighting.